Chapter 279. Liar? Zhang Haoxuan's words stunned everyone. Morongyang, who was at the back of the crowd, looked rather grim. He walked out and looked at Yi Qin. "Brother, you don't look familiar. May I know your name?" "Yi Qin. Young Master Morong, this kid is really a swindler. He was stopped outside just now. I don't know what method he used to get in." Seeing that Morongyang was beginning to suspect Yi Qin, Zhang Haoxuan proceeded to exaggerate. Pride filled his face. As soon as he said that, the people began to look at Yi Qin with hostility. Yao Bingyue smirked as she observed Yi Qin with interest. To her, Yi Qin did not look like someone who had medicinal pills. Zhang Zijin's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Young Master Morong, my friend is not a swindler." "Shut up!" Zhang Mingqi shouted. "Brother, you said you have pills. Please take them out now and prove yourself." Morongyang took a deep breath in and said, "The Morong clan welcomes you if you can prove yourself. I'll apologize to you personally. If you can't—" He couldn't continue speaking, but the coldness on his face had already revealed everything. Hearing this, Zhang Haoxuan immediately sneered. "I'd like to see how you're going to handle this. You want pills?" Yi Qin chuckled softly and put his hand into his clothes. When he took it out again, there was a red medicinal pill in his hand. As soon as the pill was exposed to the air, it immediately emitted a medicinal fragrance. Everyone couldn't help but feel refreshed. The smile on Zhang Haoxuan's face froze. This time, everyone's gaze changed. Zhang Mingqi's expression changed slightly. Morongyang looked surprised. He did not mention that he was going to apologize at all. "This is a body-strengthening pill. It can temper one's body," Yi Qin said calmly. Zhang Haoxuan subconsciously said, "Don't tell me this pill is fake." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. Fake? How could a fake pill have such a strong medicinal fragrance? "Little brother, may I have a look?" A red-nosed old man walked out from behind Yao Bingyue. "It's Great Master Gu from the Spiritual Medicine Mountain. He's proficient in thousands of medicinal herbs, so he's the most suitable person to test it." No one knew who said it. Yi Qin nodded lightly. "Sure." Master Gu walked directly to Yi Qin and extended his arm to take the body-strengthening pill. He began studying it at a close distance. Sometimes he would sniff it, and sometimes he would pinch some powder with his hand and put it in his mouth. The next moment, his expression changed instantly and was filled with disbelief. This pill really has the effect of strengthening and tempering the body. Moreover, the effect is very strong. The medicinal power is enough to allow an ancient martial art practitioner in the movement realm to instantly break through to the inner energy realm. Hua! The crowd burst into an uproar. They were all shocked by Master Gu's words. It should be known that in this world, although the number of ancient martial arts practitioners was not small, close to 90% of them were stuck in the realm of moves and could only imitate the basics. Only after breaking through to the internal energy stage would one be able to condense energy in one's body. Only then would one's combat power increase dramatically. However, the elixir in front of him could allow a martial artist in the movement realm to instantly break through to the inner energy realm. For a moment, many people's breathing quickened. Zhang Haoxuan's face turned pale. Zhang Mingqi and Morongyang took a good look at Yi Qin. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingqi's pretty face was shocked, but she did not care. After all, the Spiritual Medicine Mountain could refine such a medicinal pill too, but the effect was not as powerful. Master Gu could not help but look at Yi Qin. "Little brother, do you have more?" "I'll take as many as my Spiritual Medicine Mountain has." "I'm sorry, but I'm only exchanging for the tiger bone flower and the heavenly star herb. I don't need a lot of them." Yi Qin rejected him firmly. What Master Gu said was a lie. If he really said that he had a lot of them, he would definitely get himself into big trouble. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to be used as a tool. I wonder what the tiger bone flower and the heavenly star herb that you're talking about are. Master Gu asked, unwilling to give up. Yi Qin thought about it and drew a picture of the tiger bone flower and the heavenly star herb on the ground with a piece of chalk. Everyone looked at it, and their faces were filled with confusion. Master Gu sighed. He had never seen it before. Yi Qin could not help but feel a little disappointed. At that moment, Yao Bingxue, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. Are you talking about the Zhu Luohua? Yi Qin could not help but look at her. Yao Bingxue walked over and looked at the picture on the ground. She said again, Is the tiger bone flower that you're talking about born in the tiger tomb? The one with 5 petals that look like plum blossoms and the color of blood? That's right. Yi Qin glanced at her in slight surprise. My spiritual medicine mountain has the tiger bone flower, but there's very little of it. Moreover, this herb is hard to come by, so we don't sell it. Yao Bingxue smiled sweetly. Your so-called body-strengthening pill alone isn't enough unless you have something more valuable. Yi Qin thought about it and stretched his hand into his clothes again. A yellow medicinal pill appeared in his hand. The medicinal pill was even more dazzling than the body-strengthening pill earlier. There was a glow coming out of it like the scorching sun. Yao Bingxue was shocked, but she remained expressionless. This is the heart-repairing pill. It can extend a person's heartbeat and extend their life for a year. Everyone held their breaths as soon as Yi Qin was done speaking. They thought they had heard it wrong. Zhang Mingqi's heart jolted. Never had she thought that Yi Qin would have such a medicinal pill. What did you say? Yao Bingyue's pretty face that was initially calm changed. She glared deadly at Yi Qin. Did you say that it can extend a person's life for a year? That's right. Yi Qin nodded. The premise is that the person hasn't died before consuming it. Master Gu, test the pill. Yao Bingyue said immediately. Master Gu took the heart-repairing pill from Yi Qin. His hands were shaking, and he was even more nervous and serious than before. Everyone stared at him with their eyes wide open. Their hearts were in their throats, including Morongyang. Over 10 minutes later, Master Gu passed the heart-repairing pill to Yi Qin. He wiped his sweat and said while shaking, Miss, this medicinal pill indeed has the effect of extending one's life. I can't guarantee that it can extend one's life for a year, but it can at least extend one's life for half a year. Gasp! The crowd gasped again. It was true. Even if they could extend their lifespan by half a year, that would still be more than 100 days. No one would not want to live more than 100 days, especially for those who were about to die, not to mention more than 100 years. Even living one more day was a luxury. Zhang Haoshuan was completely dumbstruck. Before the people could react, Morongyang spoke first. Brother Yi, the Morong family wants this heart-repairing pill of yours. You can name whatever you want. The Morong family can even give you 5% of our annual income in exchange. The crowd could not help but feel dizzy as soon as he was done speaking. Everyone couldn't help but feel dizzy. As the tyrant of Gan province, the Morong clan was a well-known financial group with hundreds of companies under its banner. Their annual revenue was at least 50 billion, so 5% would be 5 billion, and this was only for 1 year. Even Zhang Mingqi could not sit still anymore. She said, Mr. Yi, as long as you give me the heart-repairing pill, the Zhang family of Wannan won't hold you accountable for making Zijian kneel anymore. P.S. There's one more to go. Chapter 280. Yao Bingyue's expression turned completely cold when she saw Morongyang and Zhang Mingqi speaking first in an attempt to stop her. Guys, the spiritual medicine mountain wanted this heart-repairing pill first. What's the meaning of this? Morongyang smiled lightly. Ms. Yao, brother, Yi didn't promise to give it to you. Moreover, this is the medicinal pill exchange. Naturally, the highest bidder wins. Not bad. Zhang Mingqi nodded and said, the Zhang family of Wannan is determined to get the heart-repairing pill. The old man of the Zhang family was already in his 70s. Although he paid attention to his health, there would come a day when he would die. Only with the old man around could the Zhang family be as stable as Mount Tai. She could not help but look at Yi Qin as she spoke to this point. Mr. Yi, you can consider my condition. As long as you give me the heart-repairing pill, my Zhang family won't hold you accountable for making Zijian kneel. We're even willing to guarantee you a lifetime of wealth. Sister Mingqi, I willingly knelt to Mr. Yi. Zhang Zijian could not help but say, "Shut up." Zhang Mingqi glared at him. "Are you a pig?" Yao Bingyue took a deep breath in and said while looking at Yi Qin, "Mr. Yi, I'll trade you the tiger bone flowers. Brother Yi, give me the heart-repairing pill and we'll keep our promise. My Murong family will help you find the tiger bone flower and the star grass. We're even willing to help you 3 times. Murong Yang increased his bargaining chip again. "You must know that my Murong clan is the leader in Lanzhou. My grandfather, Murong He, is an illuminating god spellmaster. There are only a handful of people in China who can compare to him." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's scalp went numb from the shock. My goodness, the Murong clan was willing to fight for Yi Qin 3 times. This meant that even if Yi Qian offended an illuminating god expert, he would have 3 chances to survive. After all, the old master of the Murong clan, Murong He, was an illuminating god powerhouse. He was someone who was proficient in spells and stood at the top of China. Who would dare to disrespect him? Hearing this, Zhang Mingqi and Yao Bingyue's expressions changed at the same time. Clearly, they did not expect Murong Yang to offer such a high price. It was almost irresistible. Murong Yang asked, seeing that Yi Chen was silent, "Brother Yi, what do you think?" To him, nobody would offer a better offer than him. Yi Chen had no reason to reject it, nor did he dare to. Yao Bingyue closed her eyes in despair. Her grandfather was an illuminating god expert too. However, his life was coming to an end and he had lost both his vital energy and blood. It was impossible for him to fight for Yi Qin, as he would only die faster if he did. Zhang Mingqi had already given up hope. Although the Zhang family of Wannan had the reputation of being a national warrior family, they didn't have a spirit realm warrior. In front of the spirit medicine mountain and the Murong family, they had to lower their heads. Yi Qin lifted his head to look at Murong Yang as everyone stared at him. He smiled calmly. "You seem to owe me an apology." As soon as he said that, the place was dead silent. Everyone stared at Yi Qian in disbelief with their eyes wide open. They thought they had heard it wrong. He actually wanted Murong Yang to apologize to him? Murong Yang's face twitched a little. He squinted and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. "So, are you rejecting me, Brother Yi?" He had said earlier that he was willing to apologize to Yi Qin if he could prove his identity. However, that was just an excuse. Nobody would take it seriously. In the end, Yi Qin took it seriously. Yi Chen chuckled softly and passed the heart-repairing pill in his hand to Yao Bingyue, who was standing aside. "Ms. Yao, the heart-repairing pill is yours. I hope to see the tiger bone flowers within these few days." He was not afraid that she would go back on her word if he gave it to Yao Bingyue first. After all, nobody could go back on their word. Yao Bingyue felt like she was in a dream as she looked at the heart-repairing pill at such a close distance. She took it over immediately after snapping back to her senses. She said while smiling, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I'll contact the Spirit Medicine Mountain later and get them to send someone over." "That's great." Yi Qin nodded lightly. Seeing that the tiger bone flowers had arrived, he got up and walked out of the lounge. The people only snapped back to their senses after he left. At that moment, many people's eyes flickered and they left with excuses one after another. Within half an hour, most of the people had left. "Let's go too." Zhang Mingqi glared coldly at Zhang Zijian and left with Zhang Haoshuan. On the way, Zhang Haoshuan could not help but say in jealousy, "I can't believe that Brat Yi has a medicinal pill like the heart-repairing pill." "I've told you that Mr. Yi isn't an ordinary person, But you guys didn't listen to me, Zhang Zijian said while smiling. Zhang Mingqi stopped walking and glared at him coldly. Are you an idiot? Why did you have to go against me in such a situation? Do you know how important the heart-repairing pill is to my Zhang family? Zhang Zijian stammered. But you shouldn't have made an issue out of me kneeling to Mr. Yi. I told you that I did it willingly, huh? Zhang Mingqi scoffed. Do you think that brat will have a good ending? He rejected Morongyang in front of everyone. It's equivalent to slapping the Morong family's face. Will Morongyang let him go? What do you mean? Zhang Zijian's expression changed. Are you an idiot? Zhang Haoshuan scoffed. As the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth. Many people have been eyeing Yi for showing off his medicinal pill in front of everyone. Nobody would dare to touch him if he agreed to Morongyang's request, but now he licked his lips as he spoke to this point. I can guarantee that you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. No, I must inform Mr. Yi to leave Ganzhou as soon as possible. Zhang Zijian wanted to leave by instinct. However, Zhang Mingqi grabbed him. I'll expel you from the Zhang family if you dare to go. At the same time, in a luxurious living room in the Morong residence, Morongyang glanced at Yao Bingyue before him and said with a grim expression, Congratulations, Ms. Yao. How could Yao Bingyue not know what he meant? She shook her head and said, while smiling, There's nothing to congratulate. Young Master Morong, what do you think of Yi? Morongyang said nothing. This person looks ordinary, but he has medicinal pills like the body-strengthening pill and the heart-repairing pill. Either he's a pill refinement master, or he has someone behind him. A gleam flashed through Yao Bingyue's eyes. Morongyang said, while smirking, What are you trying to say? Are you warning me not to touch that brat? No. Yao Bingyue shook her head. I can guarantee that this brat has secrets, and he has more than one medicinal pill like the heart-repairing pill. Young Master Morong, instead of congratulating me here, why don't you focus on him? She stopped talking as she spoke to this point. Morongyang came to a realization and glanced at her in slight fear. Ms. Yao, I'm suddenly glad that I'm not your enemy. This lady was just too cruel. She had just taken advantage of Yi Lingqin and was now encouraging him to touch him. Same here. Yao Bingyue smiled sweetly, revealing a bashful expression. However, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across her beautiful eyes. You want the tiger bone flower? Haha, I've already gotten the medicinal pill. So what if I don't give it to you? Don't even think about walking out of Ganzhou alive after offending the Morong clan. P.S. That's it. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll continue writing. I'll post it at 12:30 in the afternoon. I'll update as much as I can. Chapter 281. The Genius Nanny in the City. Chapter 281. It would only be interesting to kill more people. Urban Romance Jikikums. Add a bookmark. Recommend book. Chapter 281. It would only be interesting to kill more people. One update. After leaving the medicinal pill exchange, Yiqin realized that there were two more people in the room when he returned to the hotel. They were Morong Shui and Yu Shasha. The duo was playing with Meng Meng at the moment. Yu Shasha said by instinct as soon as she saw him, Yiqin, you're back! Yiqin walked over and said while frowning, How did you guys know that we're staying here? We bumped into Sister Yuhan on the street, so we dropped by to see if you're back, Yu Shasha said while covering her mouth and giggling. Morong Shui looked at Yiqin. She said in slight surprise upon seeing that he was fine, You're fine? It seems like you really listened to what I told you earlier. Humph, you're smart. When she bumped into Yiqin at the medicinal pill exchange earlier, she had told him not to speak nonsense and not to offend anyone. She had received a call before the medicinal pill exchange began, so she left with you, Shasha. She had no idea what happened after that. Yiqin shook his head in between tears and laughter. He walked over and picked up Meng Meng and kissed her cheek. My darling, did you miss Daddy? I did. The little girl wrapped her arms around Yiqin's neck and said while giggling, Daddy, did you buy anything delicious for me? I forgot. Maybe next time. Yi Chin rubbed her round cheeks and asked, "Oh yeah, where did Mommy go?" "Mommy went to buy food for me. Daddy hasn't been back for a long time. I'm starving," the little girl said with a bitter expression. Just when they were talking, Su Yuhan and Yi Wuxuang pushed the door open and walked in. Su Yuhan was carrying a bag with a couple of burgers in it. "You're finally back. We've been waiting for you to eat together." Su Yuhan rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and distributed the burgers to the little girl, Morong Shui, and the rest. Yu Shasha said while smiling, "Thank you, Sister Yuhan." Note: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading, / It's My Fault. Let's go. I'll bring you guys out for dinner now. Yi Chin smiled in self-reproach. That's great. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him. You should treat me to a meal, and it has to be expensive. I didn't help you twice in vain. Yi Chin carried the little girl and walked out. The sky was getting dark. Morong Shui, who wanted to make Yi Chen pay, brought the rest to a barbecue restaurant in the county town. The so-called barbecue on the water was actually a boat, and then eating on the boat in addition to enjoying the night view in the distance. You could also fish. It cost 10 yuan to fish once. If the bait was used up and you still didn't catch any fish, you would have to spend another 10 yuan to change the fishing rod. As soon as she sat down, Meng Meng struggled out of Yi Chen's embrace and walked to the side of the boat while swaying. She said excitedly, "Daddy, I want to fish. I want to fish." "Meng Meng, come back quickly. Don't fall into the water." Su Yuhan wiped her sweat and hurried over to hug her. It was a lake. Even adults would be in trouble if they fell into it, let alone a 4-year-old child. The little girl looked at Yi Chen in a pitiful manner and began to act like a spoiled child. "Daddy, I want to fish." Yi Chen smiled and said to the barbecue restaurant owner next to him, "Please get me a fishing rod." The barbecue restaurant owner was a young man. After nodding, he soon took out a fishing rod with good bait. "Come here, my dear daughter." Yi Chen walked to the side of the boat and waved. The little girl tossed herself to him and began fishing after grabbing the fishing rod. "We want to fish too." Murong Shui and Yu Shasha were interested too. They asked for a fishing rod from the owner and began fishing by the side of the boat. 10 minutes had passed, and the buoy on the 3 fishing rods moved a few times. However, they realized that the bait had been used up when they picked them up to take a look. "Daddy, these fish are so smart. I can't even catch them." Meng Meng pouted, feeling a little discouraged. In reality, that was how smart the barbecue restaurant owner was. He used a large hook on purpose. The bait would swell as soon as it entered the water. Even if the fish bit it, it would not be hooked. That way, the customers would give up after a few tries. They would even spend money to buy fish from him for barbecue. "Here, Daddy will teach you." Yi Chin smiled and got the owner to change the fishing rod. He held his daughter's little hand that was holding the fishing rod and secretly inserted some spiritual energy into the hook. Soon the buoy moved. "Daddy, it's moving. It's moving." The little girl was elated. She then lifted the fishing rod hard and the water splashed. A grass carp that was over 30 centimeters long was hoisted up. It could not break free, no matter how hard it tried. She really caught it. This time, both Morong Shui and Yu Shasha were stunned. "Wow, what a big fish." The little girl giggled happily. "Awesome." Yi Chen caressed her little face and passed the fish to the barbecue shop owner next to him after taking it off. "Grill it for us." Morong Shui ordered some roasted kidney, skewers, and a few bottles of beer. Before long, the barbecue shop owner had served them everything they needed. Yu Shasha took the initiative to pour beer for everyone, and took the lead to pick up the glass and Xiang Yi please note. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Chen toasted Yi Wuxuang. Yi Chen, Sister Yuhan, little brother Wuxuang, nice to meet you guys. Hearing the words, little brother Wuxuang, Yi Wuxuang's cold expression froze a little. Just when he picked up a glass of beer to drink, he turned his head to look far away. Yi Chen also looked over. With his divine sense, he saw 2 yachts quickly approaching them. There were 5 men on the yachts, and each of their cultivation bases was not low. They were all meridian opening experts. What's that sound? Even Morong Shui noticed that something was off. Soon the 2 yachts arrived. 5 men in different attire stepped onto the barbecue boat. Killing intent filled their faces. Guys, who are you guys? The barbecue shop owner went up to them immediately. Scram! The leading hunk slapped the barbecue shop owner unconscious. Morong Shui and Yu Shasha were shocked when they saw that. Who are you guys? Yu Shasha stammered. Yi Chen chuckled softly. They're a bunch of people who are blinded by greed. They want to kill me. Ha ha ha. The leading hunk laughed out loud immediately. Brat, it seems like you're not surprised that we're here. I'm not surprised that you guys are here. I'm surprised that there are only a few of you. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Not enough for me to kill. He took a sip of beer as if nothing had happened as he spoke to this point. He said calmly, if I remember correctly, we've met before. Moreover, you were standing behind Morong Yang back then, right? I think your name is Zhou Hong. Brat, you have a great memory. However, the better your memory is, the more you want to die. Zhou Hong squinted and said, Give me the body-strengthening pill that you took out earlier if you know what's good for you. Perhaps I'll let you die in one piece. I've told you that the few of you aren't enough for me to kill. Yi Chen lifted his head to look at the night far away. Come out, all of you. Stop hiding. It'll be more interesting when there are more of you. Chapter 282. As soon as Yi Chen said that, another 2 speedboats came from the surroundings. In an instant, there were more than 10 people on the barbecue boat, and all of them had murderous looks on their faces. The leader was an old man in a traditional Chinese robe. His temples were bulging, and his eyes were sinister. With his appearance, Zhou Hong's expression changed. Morong Kuei, I didn't expect the Morong clan to be unable to hold themselves back. One must know that Morong Kuei was an expert at the peak of illuminating pulse. He had even received guidance from old Master Morong he before. One could say that he was invincible below the master level. As soon as he said that, the others were also shocked. The pill exchange meet was organized by the Morong clan, but now the host had made a move on the guests who had come to participate in the meet. From this, it could be seen that the physique refining pill and the restoration heart pill were extraordinarily attractive. Morong Kuei scoffed. That brat stole my Morong clan's medicinal pill. I'm here to capture him and bring him back for investigation. Hearing this, everyone cursed inwardly at how shameless they were. They couldn't help feeling that it was a pity. Even a great expert like Morong Kuei had come, so they had no chance at all. Morong Kuei, other people are afraid of your Morong family, but I'm not. You can take Yi with you, but I only want the body-strengthening pill on him. Zhou Hong smiled coldly. Not bad. The other old man with a sharp nose also said, Our founding Long Fist sect only wants body-refining pills. Sure, Morong Kuei said in a deep voice. The few of them started working together after a few words. They looked like they had Yi Chen in the bag. Morong Kuei could not help but look at Yi Chen as he spoke to this point. He squinted and said, Brat, I'm advising you not to fight back. Come back with us obediently, or I'll kill you on the spot. Yu Shasha was completely frightened when she saw this. Her face turned deathly pale, and she kept shaking Morong Shui's arm. Sister Shui, what do we do? What should we do? Morong Shui inhaled softly and said to Morong Kuei, Master Kuei, I'm from the Morong clan too. My father is Morong Qing, and Yi Chen is my friend. I believe that he didn't steal anything from the Morong clan. She even had the urge to kill Yi Chen. You're really a jinx. As long as I'm with you, so many disasters will happen for no reason. Morong Qing? Morong Kue looked at her in surprise, then sneered and said, "Who does Morong Ching think he is? It's just a branch family. Not to mention you. Even your father wouldn't dare to say half a word in front of me. Get lost." Morong Shue's face paled. She also knew that although they were both from the Morong family, Morong Chang was nothing in front of Morong Kue. She took a deep breath in and lifted her head to look at Yi Chin as she thought to this point, "I'm sorry, I can't help you guys anymore. Sister Shui." Yu Shasha's expression changed. Morong Shui didn't explain. She forcibly dragged Yu Shasha away, showing no intention of staying. She was not related to Yi Chin at all, and they had only known each other for a day. There was no need for her to put herself in danger because of him. After they left, Morong Kue then looked at Yi Chin and said wryly, "Brat, I'll say this one last time. Come with us obediently. Don't force me to attack you. Why are you wasting your breath on him?" Zhou Hong smiled coldly. "Kill this brat with one slash, then search his body." As he spoke to this point, he could not help but look at Su Yuhan, who was next to him. A hint of lust flashed through his eyes. This woman is considered pretty. Although she's had a child, her body is pretty good. Hearing this, anger flashed through Su Yuhan's face. When had she ever heard such filthy words? Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold, and he was about to attack. Yi Chin stopped him as a ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes. He said to Morong Kue, while looking at him, "I'm here mainly to have fun. I don't want to fight anyone. However, since you guys are seeking death, don't blame me. Kill him. Kid, don't blame me. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having such a thing." Zhou Hong was the first to scoff. He moved and charged at Yi Chin at high speed. He clawed at Yi Chin's chest hard directly. Clearly, he had the intention to kill. Su Yuhan hurriedly picked up Meng Meng. Then he turned his head away. Yi Chen remained still. Ding! Zhou Hong's hand landed on Yi Chen's chest accurately. However, Yi Chen was not pierced by his claw as he imagined. Instead, a metallic clang was heard. Subsequently, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his 5 fingers as if they were going to break. How is that possible? Zhou Hong's expression changed. One must know that he, Zhou Hong, was famous for his heart-piercing claw. His ability was on illuminating pulse. When he performed his full strength, his claw could pierce through a wall. He could even pierce through a steel plate. However, Yi Chen's body was not harmed at all. Oh no, this brat is an expert. Zhou Hong's heart sank. He had no idea why, but a sense of danger slowly rose within him. He retreated a few steps back immediately. He turned his head and said to the old man with the sharp nose and Morong Kue behind him, "This brat is an expert. Let's fight him together. I say, second brother Zhou, aren't you known as the heart-piercing claw? Why are you so useless at such a critical moment?" The old man with the sharp nose scoffed, but he approached Yi Chin anyway. Zhou Hong said, "This brat's body is rather powerful. It must be because he consumed the body-strengthening pill. That means that this brat has more than one body-strengthening pill. We must kill him." The old man with the sharp nose had a greedy look in his eyes. "Zhou Hong, I'll hold him back. Go get his woman and daughter." He let out a long roar and threw a punch as soon as he was done speaking. Taizu's long fist. Bang, bang, bang. The punch whistled and the air vibrated. The old man with the sharp nose threw a punch at Yi Chin. He was extremely agile, like a hungry tiger hunting sheep or a lion pouncing on a raging bull. His 4 limbs and 1 large spine were like a fully drawn bow as he moved. His fists were like arrows, and they were like deadly gusts of wind. Seeing the scene, Morong Kue, who was standing at the side, nodded to himself. As expected of the founding father's long fist, his movements are bold and unrestrained. Yet he is both offense and defense. Zhou Hong, who was on the other side, smirked and grabbed Su Yuhan, who was carrying the cute little girl. "Little beauty, here I come." However, just as he was halfway there, a sword light swept towards him. His legs were immediately cut off, and his upper body continued to fall forward due to the inertia. "Ah!" Zhou Hong shrieked and could not help but look at the young man in the suit before him. The young man in the suit was still sitting upright. Murong Kuei and the old man with the sharp nose were shocked to see Zhou Hong's tragic end. They looked at Yi Wushuang, clearly not expecting him to be so powerful. The old man with the sharp nose gulped and proceeded to attack Yi Qin. To him, all he had to do was kill Yi Qin. He would run away after getting the medicinal pill. However, he saw Yi Qin's mocking gaze. In the next second, Yi Qin threw a punch. Bang! This punch directly pierced through his chest. The old man with the sharp nose held his head down and blankly looked at the hand that pierced his chest. He then looked at Yi Qin. "You!" Shock, fear, regret, disbelief, bang! Before he was done speaking, his entire body split into two and subsequently exploded into a bloody mist. Dead silence filled the place. Zhou Hong, whose legs were severed, stopped shrieking. He watched that in utter fear, feeling like he was shaking. The old man with the sharp nose, who was also on illuminating pulse, had died. Just like that? One must know that his ability was on par with his. Murong Kuei remained still. If one were to look closely, one would notice that his body was shaking. Cold, sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. "Run! You must run!" He shrieked and turned around to run far away. He did not even have the courage to fight Yi Qin. Yi Wushuang got up and chased after him. "There's no need to chase after him. He won't live." Yi Qin stopped him and looked at the direction that Murong Kuei was running in. Subsequently, he looked at Zhou Hong in a condescending manner. Zhou Hong jolted and struggled in fear. "Mr. Yi, please spare me. Please spare me. I shouldn't have attacked you." Chapter 283. Thud, thud, thud. On the busy street, an old man's legs were moving rapidly. He ran on the street with all his might, attracting the attention of the passers-by. Murong Kuei turned his head as he ran. Shock and fear filled his face. How can this brat be so powerful? I was too careless. I was too careless. He broke out in cold sweat as soon as he recalled how Yi Qin pierced the sharp-nosed old man's body with a punch. This brat might be a martial Dao master. I must tell young Master Murong when I get back. At the Murong residence, Murong Yang and Yao Bingyue from the Spiritual Medicine Mountain sat opposite each other. There was a chess game before them. Yao Bingyue looked at the chess game with a white chess piece in her hand. She said, "The person you sent out isn't back yet?" Thud. Murong Yang placed a chess piece and said without even lifting his head, "Don't worry. Uncle Kuei is a peak stage illuminating pulse expert. It's a piece of cake for him to deal with that brat. I'm worried that someone will go against the Murong family. Your Murong family has made a fortune this time." Yao Bingyue placed a chess piece and said while smiling, "I suspect that brat has the medicinal formula. If we capture him and get the formula, I hope that the Murong family can make copy for the Spiritual Medicine Mountain. We're willing to give the Murong family 5 1,000-year-old herbs." Sure. Murong Yang laughed out loud upon hearing that. Yao Bingyue smiled sweetly, but coldness filled her eyes. "Yi, don't blame me. Blame yourself for having something that you shouldn't have." At that moment, a commotion came from outside. Murong Yang smiled immediately. Uncle Kuei must be back. Murong Kuei was carried in by a few hunks. Murong Kuei was carried in by a few burly men. His head was covered with sweat, and he looked very miserable. Murong Yang's expression turned grim. "Uncle Kuei, where's that brat?" "Young master, that brat is... Murong Yang was going to speak while panting. However, he realized an intense pain coming from his heart before he was done speaking. It was as if a knife was slicing through his heart. "Ah, it hurts. My heart hurts. He fell onto the ground while holding his chest while shrieking. He extended his arm to Morongyang in pain. Young master, help me. Before he could finish his words, his hand dropped down heavily and there was no more movement. Everyone in the room was terrified. A burly man walked over and placed his hand under Morong Kuei's nose to check his breathing. His hand trembled as he said, Young Master Kuei, Master Kuei is dead. Morong Yang's expression changed drastically. Yao Bingyue inhaled sharply and said, killing from a distance. That's a spellmaster's technique. Morong Yang, we've underestimated that guy. That lad is also a spellmaster? Morong Yang's expression turned grave. Not bad. Yao Bingyue nodded heavily. That kid must be a spellmaster. Otherwise he wouldn't have pills. I'm guessing he's a Dao entry spellmaster. What do we do now? Morong Yang's face twitched hard. Spellmasters. There were very few of them in this world. Their techniques were no weaker than those of ancient martial art practitioners, especially the spellmasters who had entered the path. They could already control magical artifacts and perform some spells. Although the Murong clan was the overlord of Gan province, they did not have many spellmasters, let alone Dao initiation realm spellmasters. Don't worry too much. Yao Bingyue shook her head and said while smiling, Don't forget that you're a spellmaster too, and you're on Dao entry. Your clan's old master Morong, he is an illuminating god expert. That's right. Morong Yang could not help but release a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He smiled calmly. I admit that I've misjudged that brat. However, so what if he's on Dao entry? My clan isn't afraid of him either. He was also a spellmaster at Morong Shue's house. Yu Shasha looked at Morong Shue, who was blocking the door, rather angrily. Sister Shue, why did you drag me away? Yi Chen and the rest. Don't mention them to me. Morong Shue cut her off. Are you stupid? There are so many people here. We can't even protect ourselves if we continue to stay here. But Yi Chen, Yu Shasha's eyes turned red. But what? Do you know what my clan's position is in Gan province? Yi Chen can't fight back at all before them. Morong Shue sighed. Silly girl, what's your relationship with Yi Chen? What's our relationship? We're not related to each other. To put it bluntly, we're not even friends. Why are you so worried? On the barbecue boat, Yi Chen scoffed after sensing the spiritual power whirlpool that he left in Morong, Kuei's body exploding. He then looked at Zhou Hong, who was begging for mercy with a cold gaze. Wu Shuang, kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive. Devastating shrieks filled the place. Yi Chen then walked to Su Yuhan and his daughter. He stretched his arm out and hugged her softly. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scare you. Yi Chen, who are they? Why are they killing you? Su Yuhan said while her pretty face turned pale. Although it was not her first time seeing Yi Chen kill someone, she could not accept it each time. Yi Chen comforted her. They're a bunch of arrogant trash. Don't worry. I'll deal with them. Why don't we leave? I don't want to stay here anymore. Su Yuhan said worriedly. Yi Chen nodded and agreed to it right away. Sure, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. But before that, I have to collect my debt. The next afternoon, Yi Chen went to the medicinal pill exchange at the Morong clan's ancestral residence again. There were up to 100 more people than before. Many people who had seen him before were shocked as soon as Yi Chen appeared. Clearly, they did not expect him to be alive and to have the guts to come. These people had no idea what happened last night at all, let alone that more than 10 people had vanished from this world. Yi Chen looked calm as he faced the people's stare. After finding a place to sit down, he secretly searched for Yao Bingyue. Yi Chen. A voice that was filled with disbelief came. Yi Chen lifted his head to look and realized that Morong Shue and Yu Shasha were standing far away. They were looking at him with their mouths agape, while Yu Shasha still looked guilty. Why, you're not dead. Morong Shue walked over quickly, looking shocked. Yi Chen glanced at her expressionlessly and said, "Why? Do you want me to die?" "What do you mean?" Morong Shui was a little upset. Initially, she blamed herself for abandoning Yi Chen yesterday. However, she was upset when she heard Yi Chen's harsh words. "All right, Sister Shui, stop talking." Yu Shasha pulled her sleeve and lifted her head to look at Yi Chen. She felt rather guilty. Yi Chen, sorry. Don't worry about it. Yi Chen's expression eased. He had nothing against Yu Shasha. The girl was innocent and soft-hearted. They had just met, but she treated him with sincerity. Morong Shui scoffed while standing aside when she noticed that Yi Chen's attitude toward Yu Shasha was completely different from hers. "Are you blaming me for not caring about you? You're the one who stirred up trouble. What does that have to do with me?" At that moment, a commotion came from the lobby. Subsequently, Morong Yang walked over from the end of the lobby and walked toward Yi Chen one step after another. Yu Shasha's expression changed. Instantly. She recognized Morong Yang and thought he was looking for trouble with Yi Chen. Morong Shui pulled Yu Shasha aside immediately. She was afraid that they would be implicated by Yi Chen. However, Morong Yang smiled warmly when he walked to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, can we have a chat?" At that moment, everyone was stunned. Yu Shasha was stunned. Morong Shui was stunned too. She did not expect Morong Yang to be so polite to Yi Chen. One must know that Morong Yang was the eldest young master of the Morong clan. On top of that, he was favored by the old master Morong. Morong Yang looked at Yi Chen in an extremely friendly manner. The smile on his face was extremely sincere. To him, although Yi Chen was a spell master, he, the eldest young master of the Morong clan, had taken the initiative to invite him. He would not reject it. He dared not reject it. However, Yi Chen said without even lifting his head, "I'm busy. P.S. There are 2 more chapters to go. I'll finish the remaining 2 chapters after I'm done with them." Chapter 284. "I'm busy." Yi Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone heard every single word he said. Dead silence filled the place. Everyone stared at Yi Chen in disbelief with their eyes wide open. This brat rejected Morong Yang's invitation? A gleam flickered in Morong Yang's eyes. He eventually laughed out loud and said, "Since Brother Yi is busy, forget it. We'll meet again if we have the chance." He turned around and walked to the crowd after saying that. However, there was extreme killing intent hidden in his gentle smile. This man must die. The reason why he invited Yi Chen earlier was to test Yi Chen's attitude toward him. However, Yi Chen rejected him. It meant that Yi Chen was still upset that he had sent someone to kill him last night. It meant that there was no room for reconciliation between them. Morong Shui walked over after he left. She said angrily, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you reject Brother Yang's invitation in front of everyone?" She was from the Morong clan, so she knew very well about Morong Yang's position in the entire clan. "So what if I did?" Yi Chen's attitude was cold. Morong Shui was pissed. She said after a scoff, "Do whatever you want. I can't be bothered with you. Shasha, let's go." She pulled Yu Shasha and left after saying that. Yu Shasha turned her head and gave Yi Chen an apologetic look. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to take a good look at the entire lounge. His gaze paused. He saw Yao Bingyue walking over from far away at that moment. Master Gu followed behind her. Yao Bingyue's expression froze the moment she saw Yi Chen. She seemed to have never thought that Yi Chen would dare to come to the Morong residence openly after what happened last night. She turned her eyes, trying to pretend that she did not see Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen walked over and said calmly, "Ms. Yao, when will my tiger bone flowers arrive?" Coldness flashed through Yao Bingyue's eyes upon seeing that Yi Chen was blocking her way. However, she said while smiling, "Soon, Mr. Yi. Don't worry. They're on their way. I hope to see them tonight." Yi Chen nodded and turned around to leave. Yao Bingyue's expression changed a few times after watching him leave. Subsequently, she signaled Morongyang. Both of them walked to the Morong residences, lounge one after another. Bang! Morongyang slammed the table with a grim expression. This Brett doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he reject my invitation? Do it, Morongyang. Yao Bingyue's pretty face was cold as well. It's clear that Yi doesn't respect you. I suggest you do it yourself. My spiritual medicine mountain will send another Tao initiation powerhouse. We'll work together and kill him tonight. Just now, all of a sudden, she received a call from the spiritual medicine mountain saying that the tiger bone flower that Yi Chen wanted had withered unexpectedly. Now, Yi Chen was forcing him again and again. She couldn't care less anymore. At this point, she couldn't help but turn around and say to a black-clothed old man, "Uncle Fu, I'll have to trouble you to make a move tonight. Grandfather doesn't seem to be able to make it. I have to take the Restore Heart pill and go back early." Uncle Fu's eyes lit up, and he grinned. "Miss, don't worry. Leave this child to me, he will die." "Who do you want to kill?" An old voice sounded. Subsequently, an old man in green with a walking stick walked over slowly. The old man was approximately 60 years old, but he looked as old as 80 years old. Every step he took, there would be a ripple under his feet as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts. If there were experts in the spell world present, they would definitely be shocked to find out that the old man's footsteps resembled a formation. Uncle Fu could not help but let out a low grunt. Shock appeared on his face as he clasped his fists immediately. "Greetings, old Master Morong." Yao Bingyue bowed too. There was no other reason. It was because the old man before them was the pillar of the Morong clan, Morong He. He was an illuminating god expert who stood at the peak of the spell world. Rumor had it that he could turn flowers into swords and water into ice. "Grandpa," Morongyang went to him immediately and told him about Yi Chen possessing the Restore Heart pill. Morong, he stretched his arm and grabbed at Yao Bingyue. A yellow medicinal pill flew from her to Morong He. Yao Bingyue's expression changed. Just when she was going to say something, a gleam flashed through Morong He's cloudy eyes as he looked at the Restore Heart pill. It's indeed a medicinal pill that can extend one's life. He flicked his finger as soon as he was done speaking, and the Restore Heart pill flew into Yao Bingyue's hand again. "Little girl, since the Restore Heart pill belongs to you, of course, I won't take it from you." Morong He's voice was extremely hoarse as he said, "However, my clan won't let go of this young man named Yi." He lifted his head to look at Morongyang as he spoke to this point. "Yang, your decision is right. You and old Fu will capture this young man named Yi and bring him to me tonight. You must capture him alive. He must have the pill formula with him. Also, I'll give you a magic tool." A silver needle appeared in his hand. This is called the mysterious sealing needle. Insert it into his body, and he won't be able to activate his mysterious qi. You can do whatever you want to him. "Yes, Grandpa." Morongyang stretched his arm out to take it. He was over the moon. Yao Bingyue looked envious as she stood aside. Morong He then looked at her. "Little girl, go back to the spiritual medicine mountain now and tell your grandfather this for me. Tell him that when we get the heart-repairing pills formula, we'll produce it together. By then, nobody in China will be able to compete with us." Morong He looked at Morong He. "Sure." Yao Bingyue agreed to it right away. She could see the tempting benefits, too. If the Restore Heart pill could really be mass-produced, countless people in China who are afraid of death would kneel before the spiritual medicine mountain and the Morong clan. Night fell. Su Yuhan fell asleep early while hugging her baby, Meng Meng, since they had to rush tomorrow. Yi Chen looked at the time and realized that it was already 10 p.m. He could not help but shake his head lightly. "Yao Bingyue, I'm afraid that you're going back on your word." At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Yi Chen got up to open the door and saw an attendant standing at the door. Mr. Yi, a lady asked me to pass this to you. There was an envelope in his hand. Yi Chen took it and opened the envelope after the attendant left. There was a line of words written on it. Mr. Yi, the tiger bone flowers are here. Please pick them up personally. The location is at the Maojia restaurant. The letter in Yi Chen's hand burned into ashes after he was done reading it. He could not help but reveal a mocking smirk at the corner of his lips. It seems like you're really going back on your word. Yao Bingyuan knew where Yi Chen was staying. Instead of getting someone to deliver it to him, she asked him to pick it up personally. It was clear that she wanted to kill him. I'd like to see where you guys get your confidence from. How dare you go back on your word? Yi Chen walked out of the room while smiling. Yi Wushuang walked out of the room next door. Brother, shall I go with you? No need. Yi Chen shook his head and said, Stay here to protect your sister-in-law and Meng Meng. I wanted to reason with them, but I didn't expect them to talk with their fists in the end. It seems like it's the same no matter where we are. The one with the strongest fists is the most powerful one. P.S. Chapter 4. There's one more chapter in today's update. Chapter 285. Evil Stay-at-Home Dad in the City Chapter 285 Morongyang's Pride. Urban Romance. Jikekums. Please note. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Argot equals _blank 11311 / modules / article / aid equals 46,921. Back to bibliography. At a bookmark, recommend this book, Chapter 285 Morongyang's Pride. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the Maojia Hotel, successfully. It was a 5-story house that was luxuriously decorated. Meanwhile, there was a statue of Mao Zedong at the entrance of the hotel. The sound of footsteps could be heard, and then an old man in black clothes walked out. His expression was very polite. Mr. Yi, you're here! This old man was Elder Fu. Yi Chen glanced at him and asked in surprise, Why are you here? Where's Miss Yao? Miss Yao has returned to the spiritual medicine mountain, but before that, she gave me what you wanted. While old Fu was speaking, he paid attention to Yi Chen's expression, subconsciously. Yi Chen said, All right then, give it to me. Mr. Yi, don't worry. In order to thank you for selling the heart-nourishing pill to us, Miss Yao specially booked a banquet before she left and instructed me to entertain you well. After saying that, old Fu casually placed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder with a passionate expression. Miss Yao, you're being too polite. Yi Chen smiled and followed him into the Maojia Hotel. They went straight to the 3rd floor. Yi Chen did not see anyone along the way. The entire Maojia restaurant seemed rather empty. He could not help but ask, Why isn't there anyone in this restaurant? Isn't this to entertain you, Mr. Yi? That's why we booked the entire restaurant to prevent others from disturbing your meal. Old Fu gestured for Yi Chen to sit down. There were many dishes on the table at the moment. There were even 2 bottles of red wine. Old Fu opened the bottle and poured a glass for Yi Chen. He said while smiling, Mr. Yi, let me toast you on behalf of Ms. Yao. Yi Chen clinked glasses with him and said after taking a sip of the red wine, Shouldn't you give me the tiger bone flowers now? Why don't you have another drink? Elder Fu suggested. Yi Chen shook his head, revealing an eager expression. Give it to me first. It won't be too late for me to drink it later. Sure. Old Fu stood up and walked aside. He took out a brocade box that seemed to be made of sandalwood. Yi Chen could smell the fragrance of sandalwood from far away. Mr. Yi, the tiger bone flower is inside. Elder Fu walked over with a brocade box in his hands. Yi Chen extended his hand toward the brocade box. He wanted to open it to take a look. Just when his hand touched the lid of the brocade box, fierceness flashed across Elder Fu's eyes as he held the bottom of the brocade box. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Suddenly, a silver needle appeared in his hand. A silver light streaked across the sky. The silver needle pierced into Yi Chen's wrist. It penetrated his skin directly and disappeared within the blink of an eye. Yi Chen's expression changed as he looked at Elder Fu in disbelief. What did you do to me? Elder Fu, who was extremely friendly earlier, had a drastic change in his attitude. A smug expression appeared on his face. Of course, I pierced the mysterious sealing needle into your body. What's the mysterious sealing needle? Yi Chen said coldly. It's a magic tool that can lock the mysterious qi in your body. Elder Fu scoffed. Do you feel like your limbs are jelly and that you can't activate the mysterious qi in your body? There's a piercing pain coming from your meridians as soon as you use your strength? Yi Chen tried it, and the expression on his face changed again. Why did you do that? That's a great question. At that moment, a guffaw came from the staircase on the 4th floor. Murongyang walked down while smiling. He was clapping as he walked. Great job, Elder Fu. Murongyang, it's you. Yi Chen wanted to stand up by instinct, but he sat back down again. He looked like he was in pain. So this is a scam. You guys are trying to kill me. You're not stupid after all. Elder Fu chuckled and opened the brocade box right in front of Yi Chen. It was empty. There was nothing inside. Yi Chen glared at him angrily. I've already given you the heart-repairing pill. You guys broke your promise. Brat, in reality, we never planned to give you the tiger bone flowers since the beginning. Elder Fu's expression was grim. If we didn't use this method, how would we have tricked you to come here? Yi Chen closed his eyes and said, I can understand that Murongyang wants to kill me, but I don't think I've offended the spiritual medicine mountain. Why do you guys want to kill me? Why are you guys working with him? Murongyang took a good look at him wryly. That's because you have the body strengthening pill and the heart repairing pill. If I'm not mistaken, you must have the pill formula with you. I don't. Yi Chen shook his head immediately, looking rather panicked. The smile on Murongyang's face was getting brighter upon seeing his expression. I asked you to give me the heart-repairing pill before this, but you didn't know what's good for you. You rejected me and refused to tell me. I sent Uncle Kuei to kill you after that, but I can't believe that you killed Uncle Kuei with a spell. You're a Dao entry spellmaster. The expression on his face was replaced by ruthlessness. But so what? I, Murongyang, am also a spellmaster. On top of that, I'm on mastery stage Dao entry. A powerful aura exploded from his body as soon as he was done speaking. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and he waved his hand at the chandelier on the ceiling. Pa! The chandelier lit up. He waved again, and the chandelier was extinguished. Subsequently, he lifted his head to look at Yi Chen. I'm guessing you must be very surprised. You must be regretting rejecting me, aren't you? It's useless even if you regret it. Murongyang shook his head lightly. I could have killed you with my ability, but my grandpa and Ms. Yao sent old Fu to help me just in case. They even gave me the mysterious sealing needles. His expression turned cold as he spoke to this point. Now that your mysterious qi has been sealed by the mysterious sealing needles, you're no different from an ant to me. You'll definitely die today. Old Fu, kill him. Old Fu, who was standing aside, grinned ferociously. Old Fu, who was standing aside, grinned ferociously and extended his arm to Yi Chen. Brat, have a safe journey. Wait. Yi Chen said all of a sudden, and reminder, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. Recommended reading, BSB. Murongyang teased like a cat playing with a mouse. There's no need for you to beg for mercy because it's too late. You can tell me if you have any last words. Yi Chen looked at old Fu. I'll give the spiritual medicine mountain one last chance. Give me the tiger bone flowers and get Yao Bingwe to kowtow to me as an apology. How dare you boast when you're about to die? Old Fu scoffed and threw a punch at Yi Chen directly. Yi Qin sighed softly and subsequently stood up. He no longer looked like he could not move at all. How can you move? Old Fu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Morongyang was shocked too. Didn't the mysterious sealing needles seal your mysterious qi and meridians? Mysterious sealing needles? Are you guys talking about this? Yi Qin chuckled and subsequently rolled up his sleeve. The skin on his arm began to tremble. As it trembled, a tiny silver needle came out gradually. How is that possible? Old Fu and Morongyang exclaimed at the same time. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and looked at Morongyang in slight disdain. Didn't you investigate my identity before you attacked me? Who are you? Morongyang's heart sank. Although the Morong clan was a tyrant in Ganzhou, they did not have much power in the outside world. They were rather isolated from the news. He had asked about Yi Chen's identity earlier. However, he did not think much about it when he heard that Yi Chen had a conflict with the bandits' underlings at Shilatang. He thought that the bandits were afraid of Yi Chen's identity as a spellmaster. Now that he heard Yi Chen's question, he had a bad feeling. He had a bad feeling growing inside of him. No wonder your Morong clan can only dominate in Ganzhou, but you're not famous in China. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and walked to Morongyang one step after another. My name is Yi Qin. I'm from Tianan. I killed Yuan Bupo and 3 masters on my own. I destroyed the Su clan and the Martial Alliance branch with a swing of my sword. Morongyang's expression changed drastically as soon as he was done speaking. Morongyang's expression changed drastically. He staggered over 10 steps back and eventually exclaimed in shock, Why, you're mad Southerny? What? Old Fu, who was standing aside, had goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. He released a shriek in disbelief. He's mad Southerny? P.S. I finished updating the 5th chapter today. I'll continue writing the 2 chapters that I owe. My saviors rest early. Don't wait for me. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm lying. Don't make me stay up all night writing and end up being scolded. Chapter 286. Impossible. Morongyang looked at Yi Chen in disbelief and said at the top of his lungs, How can you be mad, Southerny? That's impossible. If one were to look closely, one would notice that when he said this, his whole body was trembling slightly. Mad Southerny. These 3 words represented too many things. It represented endless killing and decisiveness. Countless people had died in his hands, and there were as many as 10 to 20 martial Dao masters alone. It represented supreme combat strength and status. He was a martial Dao master, a physique training master, number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard, number 1 in China. One could say that Mad Southerny was a legend in the entire martial Dao world in China. At the same time, he was countless people's nightmare. Therefore, Morongyang and Old Fu had such a huge reaction when they heard Yi Qin say that he was mad Southerny. They were even terrified. That's right. This brat can't be mad Southerny. Young Master Morong, don't be fooled. He's scaring us on purpose. Old Fu suppressed the fear within him forcefully. Killing intent filled his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. Die, brat! Old Fu performed a strange seal as soon as he was done speaking. He quickly formed a strange hand seal. This hand seal was like a 6-pointed star that contained 6 directions. Once the hand seal was formed, streams of baleful yin qi whizzed over from 6 directions. The vile energy was extremely cold. If a regular person came into contact with it, they would either catch a cold or have a fever, or they would die on the spot. Brat, I'll show you my 6 vial formation. You should be happy that you're able to die under it. Endless vile energy gathered in the seal that he performed. Eventually, it turned into an earth-shattering flood that charged at Yi Qin. That was a spell master's technique. Although they did not rely on their physical strength like ancient martial artists, they could use spells to set up a formation to fight the enemy. Old Fu had only mastered the 6 vial formation after over 20 years of hard work. Since he was on Mastery Stage Dao entry, its power was comparable to a peak stage illuminating pulse ancient martial artist's full-powered attack when he performed it with all his might. A regular person would die immediately upon touching it. However, when an ancient martial artist touched it, his body would be corroded by the vile energy instantly. It might even affect his soul. Old Fu could not help but reveal a smirk and a proud expression as he thought to this point. He seemed to have envisioned Yi Chen's tragic end. However, in the next second he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Chen opened his mouth all of a sudden and sucked the vile torrent that was charging at him. A whirlpool formed before him all of a sudden. Yi Chen sucked the vile torrent that was charging out with the help of the air whirlpool. How is this possible? Elder Fu widened his eyes. That was vile energy. It was extremely harmful to a living person's body. Not only did Yi Chen not dodge it, but he even swallowed it. Even Yao Huayuan, a spirit realm warrior from the Spirit Medicine Mountain, wouldn't dare to do that. Murong Yang, who was standing aside, was shocked. Burp. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of foul air and said after burping, "Is this what you're capable of?" "Not enough. Far from enough. Is there anyone more powerful?" He was an immortal venerable, so even the strongest lightning in the world could not harm him at all, let alone a mere Inchi. "You, who exactly are you?" Elder Fu finally panicked. "I told you, I'm Mad Southern Yi." Yi Chen walked toward him one step after another. Mad Southern Yi is an ancient martial artist. How can he have such a technique? Elder Fu shrieked and said immediately, "Young Master Morong, what are you waiting for? Otherwise, we'll all die today." As he shrieked, Murong Yang snapped back to his senses. Murong Yang snapped out of his daze and snapped the pendant on his neck. It was a purple gourd the size of a thumb with all sorts of patterns printed on it. "Ye go to hell." Murong Yang stretched his arm out and pulled the stopper off the purple gourd. Whoosh, 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 a sinister wind blew out of the gourd's mouth. The wind was getting stronger, and soon it covered the entire third floor of the Maojia Hotel. Countless devastating shrieks filled the air as shadows that looked like ghosts charged at Yi Chen. "Is that the ghoul gourd?" Elder Fu's scalp tingled. He had heard that Murong Yang had massacred a village of tens of people to refine this magic tool and collected endless resentment. He could not believe that it was true. Facing the black energy that was charging at him, Yi Chen opened his mouth and roared. He unleashed the heavenly dragon's 8 music. "Get lost!" His voice was as vast as rolling thunder, yet it was also like the roar of a true dragon, filled with supreme majesty. The word "get lost" was heard. The black aura shattered into pieces. Then it disappeared. Pooh! Murong Yang spat a mouthful of blood out. His face turned pale and blood drained from his face. Not only did Yi Chen break its spell, but he also broke its ghoul gourd. He even injured its mind with a single sentence. "Insignificant tricks, and you dare to show off in front of me? Today, I'll let you see what a true ghost Dao magical artifact is." Yi Chen chuckled softly. A black streamer suddenly appeared in his hand. The temperature in the room dropped as soon as the black streamer appeared. 100 ghosts emerge. He waved the black banner. Boom! Boundless black smoke spread out from the black flag, accompanied by extremely shrill cries and illusory and ferocious faces filled with resentment. In an instant, the entire third floor of the Maojia Hotel turned into a ghost town. Hundreds of ghosts roamed and howled. Murong Yang had goosebumps all over his body at that moment. How do you have such a terrifying magical artifact?" "Oh no." Old Fu's expression changed as he lost it and exclaimed, "We've guessed wrong. This brat is an illuminating god almighty. Run. Run now." He leaped toward the door as soon as he was done speaking. However, boundless black smoke blocked his way. Just when he extended his left hand out of the black smoke, the sound of something biting his flesh came. "Ah!" Old Fu shrieked and pulled his hand back immediately. He realized that his left hand had turned into a piece of white bone from the shoulder down. There was no flesh at all. Murongyang was scared out of his wits when he saw that. He fell onto the ground by instinct. "Mr. Yi, don't kill me. My grandfather is an illuminating god expert. You can't kill me. Your grandfather came to look for me. He's going to die too. You should go first." Yi Chen waved the 100-soul streamer again. Tens of black smoke charged at Murongyang directly. Crack, crack, crack! As chewing noises were heard, a set of white bones appeared on the ground. Plop! Old Fu knelt onto the ground hard in fear. He knelt to Yi Chen one step after another in fear. "Mr. Yi, please spare my life. Please spare my life. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to bring you the tiger bone flowers. I've already given you a chance." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and pressed his palm on Old Fu's head. He performed the soul-searching tactic by force. Old Fu shrieked in pain, but he could not break free. Soon, Yi Chen retracted his hand slowly. His expression changed a few times. Eventually he scoffed. "Yao Bingwei, you're really back at the spiritual medicine mountain. You're lucky. But do you think you can get away with this? You're too naive. Since that's the case, you'll pay me back with your life. P.S. This is a chapter that I missed. I'm still missing one chapter." Chapter 287. Yi Chen checked Old Fu and Murongyang's bodies again, but he still could not find the tiger bone flower. He guessed that the tiger bone flower might still be on the spiritual medicine mountain. He simply gave up and walked out of the Maojia restaurant in disappointment. He flicked his finger to cast a fireball spell, and a violent explosion came from behind him. Then it turned into a sea of fire. The next morning, Su Yuhan woke Yi Chen up early in the morning and urged him to leave. She had been scared by Murong Kuei and the rest 2 nights ago, so she left immediately. She went to wake up Meng Meng, the little girl, and waited on her to wash her face, brush her teeth, and eat breakfast. When she was finally done, it was already 9:00 in the morning. The group officially set off. Longxi was located in the southeast of Gan Province, on the upper reaches of the Wei River, in the middle of the Lus Plateau. It was bordered by Tongwei County in the east and Wushan in the south. Since ancient times, it had been a battleground for military strategists and was also known as the Four-Fortress Kingdom. There were 10 towns and 8 villages under it. Yi Chen was heading to Wanshan Town, which was one of the 10 towns. According to the soul search that he had performed on Su Tao earlier, the Ghost Rider Sect's mountain gate was in Wanshan Town. Meanwhile, Wanshan Town was approximately 300 kilometers away from Longxi Station. Yi Chen brought them to the station and bought a ticket to Wanshan Town. To prevent the little girl from starving on the way, Yi Chen went to the supermarket to buy many snacks for her before he got into the car. He placed all of them in his storage ring. Meanwhile, it was the 3rd day of the medicinal pill exchange at the Murong family. He arrived at the medicinal pill exchange with the help of his walking stick. A young man in a suit came to greet him immediately. "Greetings, old master." "Where's Yang?" Murong, he squinted and observed the crowd far away. However, he did not see Murongyang at all. He could not help but frown. The young man in the suit said respectfully, "Old master, young master went out at around 8:00 last night and hasn't returned yet. Where did he go?" "Murong," he asked in a deep voice. The young man shook his head. "I'm not sure about that, but Elder Fu from the Spiritual Medicine Mountain went out with young master." Hearing this, Murong, he came to a realization and guessed where Murongyang had gone. He said rather worriedly, "He hasn't returned for the entire night? Give Yang a call and ask." The young man nodded and took out his phone to call Murongyang immediately. However, nobody picked up. His expression slowly turned grim. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. He immediately ordered, "Send everyone out to look for them. They must be found." After more than an hour, finally, a burly man ran in panting and stammered, Yang, Young master went to Maojia restaurant last night, but what? Morong, he hit the ground with his walking stick. The burly man wiped his sweat and said, but the Mao family restaurant caught on fire last night. Nothing is left inside, and young master and elder Fu are gone as well. Bring me there. Morong, his expression changed slightly. Half an hour later, a car arrived at the entrance of the Maojia restaurant. There were 2 police cars parked at the entrance, and the police had cordoned off the area. The fire had been put out long before dawn, but the restaurant had been turned into ruins. Morong, he walked out of the carriage with a grim expression. Nobody dared to stop him wherever he went. When he walked into the restaurant and saw the 2 skeletons on the ground, his whole body suddenly stiffened and he didn't move at all. Morong, he bent down and caressed one of the skeletons with his hands. Sorrow filled his face. Younger. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a police uniform walked in. He said respectfully, Old Master Morong, your grandson was unfortunately killed in the fire. My condolences. Don't worry. We'll definitely get to the bottom of this. There's no need to investigate. Morong, he suddenly turned his head and glared at him. His eyes were bloodshot. I'll handle this myself. You guys don't have to interfere. The middle-aged policeman nodded lightly and turned around to leave. After he left, Morong, his old face was replaced by a ferocious expression. You killed my young. I'll never forgive you. I'll kill you even if you run to the end of the world. He knew that it was Yi Qin who did it without even thinking. Before this, Morong Yang had used his magic tool to fight Yi Qin. However, something happened in the blink of an eye. Who else could it be if not Yi Qin? Lock down all the train stations in Longxi immediately. Interrogate everyone with the surname Yi. We can't let that brat escape no matter what. At the Morong clan's ancestral residence, Zhang Mingqi and the rest stood on the 2nd floor and looked at the people below in a condescending manner. Zhang Zijian could not help but ask, what's going on today? Why isn't Morong Yang here? Yao Bingyue is gone too. That brat Yi isn't here either. Zhang Haoshuan, who was standing aside, could not help but say, I think Morong Yang has gone to fight that brat. There's going to be a good show. He could not help but look at Zhang Zijian as he spoke to this point. He could not help but scoff when he saw Zhang Zijian looking worried. At the front desk of the hotel that Yi Qin had booked earlier, Morong Shue pulled Yushasha and asked the lady at the front desk, Where's the guest in room A302? He just checked out. The lady at the front desk smiled lightly. Yushasha was rather disappointed to hear that. Yi Qin and the rest left just like that? Morong Shue fell into deep thought and mumbled, This guy's smart. He knows that he's offended Brother Yang, so he ran away. Northeast Liao Province, Gourd Island. In a sparsely decorated and remote room, it was completely dark. However, at this time, a shout could be heard from time to time. Let me out. Is anyone there? It was a man's voice. However, his voice was filled with anger, helplessness, and even anxiety. At that moment, the sound of a lock being unlocked came from outside. A skinny young man pushed the door open and walked in. He was holding a lunchbox in his hand that was half filled with food. Pa! The dark room lit up. It was a small room that was less than 50 square meters. It looked like a warehouse with many plastic boxes placed around. There were many banners hanging on the wall. Blue Sky Plan will make you rich overnight. Today's failure is tomorrow's success. Believe that the Blue Sky Plan will make you $1 million a month. Seize the opportunity and control your life. Try to be the second Ma Yun and the second Li Ka-ching. There were countless banners that looked like they had been injected with steroids. Meanwhile, a young man with messy hair and a face full of stubble was sitting against the wall. His limbs were tied to the chair behind him, so he could not move at all. The skinny young man walked over and slammed the lunchbox on the table before the unkempt young man. Time to eat. The unkempt young man only opened his eyes then. Perhaps he was not used to the bright light. he said after closing his eyes. "Brother, can you let me go? I really have something urgent to attend to. I can't waste my time here. I can't." The skinny young man shook his head and lit a cigarette. He squatted on the ground and said, while sticking his butt out, "My boss said that he won't let you go unless you agree to join our Blue Sky group." Hearing that, the unkempt young man was furious. "Join my ass. Don't think that I don't know that you guys are just a pyramid scheme. As soon as I join, you guys won't let me go unless you suck my blood dry." As he thought to this point, he could not help but feel like crying. "Ah, why am I, Yang Tian, so unlucky? I've been picking up trash for a month. I've either slept under bridges or on the streets. I've finally arrived at Holidio, and I'm not far from G province. In the blink of an eye, I've been kidnapped by a pyramid scheme. They've even brainwashed me every day to get me to join that *T Blue Sky group. I'm a beggar. You guys won't even let a beggar go. Don't you have any dignity? They even took away the 38 yuan that I collected from picking up trash. They said that it's the membership fee. Aren't they shameless?" The more Yang Tian thought about it, the angrier he got. He had been out for a month. Back then, he had promised Yichin that he would arrive at Changbai Mountain within 3 months. Not only did he have to get there, but he also had to rush back from there. However, more than a month had passed. Not only did he fail to get to Changbai Mountain, but he was also imprisoned by the pyramid scheme. P.S. I've made up for the last 2 chapters. I'll update at night. I've been up all night. I can't open my eyes. Chapter 288. All the mountains in this world originated from Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, Kunlun Mountain was also known as the Mountain of Ancestors. It was the #1 divine mountain in China. Meanwhile, the mountains in Longxi belonged to Kunlun Mountain, a branch of the Qinling mountain system. It was noon in the Wanshan town in Longxi. The forest was dense, and the weeds were half a person's height. There were hardly any people around. However, a childish voice came at that moment. "Humph, ha here." Meng Meng stood aside and could not stop waving a sword in her hand. She was even making all sorts of noises. Her movements were humorous and childish. Meanwhile, the long sword in her hand was Yi Wushuang's great thunder sword. It did not seem big, but it weighed over 50 kilograms. However, the little girl was holding it effortlessly, as if she was holding a tree branch. The little girl had yet to cultivate, so she could not use the great thunder sword's function. She was purely playing with it. Meanwhile, Su Yuhan took out a handkerchief and walked to the pond to wash her hands while bending over. Her alluring but was outlined delicately. Yi Qin lay on a big rock with his hands as a pillow. He looked at the mother and daughter while smiling. Enjoyment filled his eyes. What could be more blissful than having a beautiful wife on his left and a daughter on his right? No, that was it. Su Yuhan walked over with a clean handkerchief. She shouted at the little girl who was sweating profusely. "Meng Meng, that's enough. Stop playing. Come here." She rolled her eyes at Yi Qin as she spoke to this point. She said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Meng Meng is a kid. Why is she playing with a sword? What if she hurts herself?" Yi Qin was speechless. "She's my daughter. I don't know what to do. Moreover, the little girl eats medicinal pills like candy. She's not that fragile." "What? Do you have something to say?" Su Yuhan glared at him. No. Yi Qin shook his head immediately. His wife was the most important person in the world. How would he dare to say anything? The little girl ran over with the great thunder sword. She was panting, but she did not look tired at all. "Look at you. You only know how to play. You look like a kitten." Su Yuhan scolded jokingly and wiped her face and hands with a handkerchief. Yi Qin took out 2 bottles of mineral water from his storage, ring immediately, and passed them to the mother and daughter. The little girl said pitifully after taking a sip, "Daddy, I'm hungry." At that moment, Yi Wushuang walked over from far away. He was carrying a wild rabbit that was alive and kicking. It was approximately 4 to 5 kilograms and had gray fur. "Wow, little rabbit?" The little girl's attention was immediately attracted. She ran to Yi Wuxuang immediately. "Uncle Wuxuang, where did you catch this bunny?" Looking at how cute the little girl was, a smile appeared on Yi Wuxuang's cold face. "I caught it when I was walking around." After saying that, he handed the hare to the little fellow. The little fellow gently held the wild rabbit in her arms, and a strange scene happened. The wild rabbit that was struggling suddenly became quiet and motionless in the little fellow's arms. "Daddy, Mommy, little rabbit is so cute." The little girl was so happy that she could not stop giggling. Yi Chen said without even thinking about it, "Aren't you hungry? You can eat this rabbit. Daddy will cook for you and your daughter. I'll grill some delicious rabbit meat for you two." The two beauties glared at him angrily as soon as he was done speaking. "Daddy, little rabbit is so spicy. Why are you eating it?" The little girl hugged the wild rabbit tightly and said angrily while pouting. Su Yuhan chimed in. The mother and daughter were on the same side at that moment. "That's right. You're too cruel." Yi Chen glanced at Yi Wuxuang, who was standing aside. Both of them were speechless at that moment. Eating a rabbit is cruel? Will you guys say that I'm cruel if I make you guys eat dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder later? Then let's have some snacks. Yi Chen shook his head in between tears and laughter. He took out the snacks that he had bought earlier from his storage ring and distributed them to the mother, daughter, and Yi Wuxuang. Seeing that they were almost done, Yi Chen set off again with the mother and daughter. Over half an hour later, they arrived at a spacious place. Compared to the lush forest earlier, the scenery before them was rather creepy. There was only black soil as far as their eyes could see. Meanwhile, there was a bare eagle cliff before them. It was hundreds of meters tall, blocking their way completely. Meanwhile, there was black energy lingering at the peak of the eagle cliff. The black energy did not disperse, and not a single bird could be seen flying past. It was miasma that was extremely poisonous. Yi Chen, is there a dead end? How are you going to lead the way? Su Yuhan glared at Yi Chen with killing intent in her eyes. Don't be afraid, wifey. I have my ways. Yi Chen chuckled softly as a gleam flashed in his hand. It was the almighty killer sword. As soon as the flying sword appeared, it grew a few times larger like a giant sword. Wifey, I'll let you enjoy flying today. Yi Chen stretched his arm out to Su Yuhan. Tui. Sensing the ambiguity in Yi Chen's words, Su Yuhan's pretty face flushed. She spat angrily, but she grabbed Yi Chen's hand anyway. Before she could react, Yi Chen grabbed her and stepped on the almighty killer sword. He turned into a sword gleam and flew far away. Ah! She moaned by instinct and hugged Yi Chen tightly. She retreated into Yi Chen's embrace like a quail. She was shaking, and her chest was like a frightened bunny. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Open your eyes now. Yi Chen comforted her and reduced the speed of the sword kinesis flight. Su Yuhan opened her eyes slowly. Seeing that his parents had abandoned him, the little fellow was stunned and suddenly burst into tears. Daddy, Mommy doesn't want me anymore. At that moment, Yi Wuxuang picked Mingming up and stepped onto the great thunder sword directly. Subsequently, he chased after them. To let Su Yuhan get used to it, Yi Chen flew a few rounds on purpose. He only landed on Eagle Cliff when Su Yuhan called for him to stop. Although that was the case, Su Yuhan's body was drenched in sweat. Her clothes clung tightly to her body, accentuating her exquisite body. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look around. There were cliffs all around him, and they looked like ferocious beasts that were watching him from the side. Meanwhile, the place where they were standing was like a bowl-shaped, concave terrain. There was a man-made cave in the stone wall before Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked over slowly and came to a realization after taking a good look. Clearly, that was the entrance to the Ghost Rider Sect Mountain Gate. Judging from the marks, it must have been dug by Zhang Yuan and the rest. Yi Chen, is this the Ghost Rider Sect Mountain Gate that you were talking about? Su Yuhan walked over and took a look. She wanted to take a few steps closer by instinct. Don't move. Yi Qin suddenly pulled her back. There's a formation set up ahead. You'll activate the formation as soon as you go in, and you'll be attacked. To prove what he said, he picked up a rock and tossed it forward. He picked up a stone and threw it in front of him. The stone flew less than a meter before it suddenly burst into flames. Su Yuhan's face turned pale, and she retreated a few steps back immediately. What should we do? Yi Qin chuckled softly. It's just a formation. How hard can it be for your husband to break it? Chapter 289. Ghost Rider Sect. Yi Qin found out from Su Tao's memory that the sect came from ancient times. It was a long time ago and was suspected to have been founded in the Shang dynasty. The sect was an expert in the ghost control technique. They dominated a region back then, but nobody knew why they disappeared until Bai Zhanyuan discovered them. There was a formation at the Ghost Rider Sect's mountain gate, so it was difficult for ordinary people to enter. Therefore, Bai Zhanyuan wanted to use her as a blood sacrifice to break the formation after finding out that she had a pure Yin body. However, in Yi Chen's opinion, it would not be difficult to break such a formation even at its peak. Moreover, after so many years, the formation's power was almost exhausted. 6 Ding 6 armor formation? Yi Chen chuckled softly and lifted his hand to perform a set of hand seals to break the seal. However, at that moment, Su Yuhan suddenly walked to the core of the formation. Just when he wanted to stop her, he realized that the formation was useless against her. This. Yi Chen thought to himself and went after her immediately. He was worried that something might happen to her. Yi Wushuang went after them while carrying Meng Meng. This time, Yi Chen could see it more clearly. With every step Su Yuhan took, the formation would weaken a little. How is this possible? Yi Chen could not help but be shocked. One had to know that the Ghost Rider Sect's Mountain Gate array had already been activated. Unless one was an array master or a person who created the array, it was impossible for them not to be attacked by the array. 10 minutes later, Su Yuhan had already walked into the formation, and the group entered a long swimming lane. Whoosh! The candles around the walls suddenly lit up, leading to the end of the swimming lane. The walls around the swimming lane were engraved with all kinds of scary ghost faces. Su Yuhan suddenly stopped walking. She looked puzzled. Yi Chen, I think this place is rather familiar. Have you been here before? Yi Chen asked. No. Su Yuhan shook her head lightly and said in a daze, It's my first time here, but I don't know why I find this place familiar as if I've been here before. At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing, and I keep feeling that something inside is calling out to me. As soon as he said that, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He could not help but turn his head to glance at Yi Wushuang behind him. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. At that moment, Su Yuhan walked forward again, and she was walking faster and faster. Slow down, Yuhan. Yi Chen reminded her and caught up with her. More than 10 minutes later, the group reached the end of the passageway. In front of them was a heavy stone door. There were all kinds of patterns carved on the stone door. It looked like a map of hell. There were a few twisted characters on the stone door. Shockingly, it was, Anyone who enters this door will die. Under the illumination of the surrounding candlelight, these 5 words were faintly green, giving off an indescribable eerie feeling. Meng Meng pounced into Yi Chen's embrace, feeling rather scared. Daddy, Wushuang, open the door, Yi Chen said. Yi Wushuang nodded and took 2 steps forward. Subsequently, he pressed his hand on the stone door. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it open. Allow me. She stretched her hand out and turned the base of the first candle first, then the 6th candle's base. That's right, Su Yuhan said all of a sudden and walked straight to a row of candles. Boom! With a loud bang, the previously extremely heavy stone door automatically opened with a loud bang. A heavy and oppressive aura came from the crack of the door. Su Yuhan was going in. Yi Chen pulled her back immediately and said in his deep voice, "How did you know about the mechanism on the stone door?" "I've no idea." Su Yuhan looked lost. She shook her head and said, "There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in my head, and I figured it out." Yi Chen's expression turned grim upon hearing that. "Yuhan, let's go back." "We're not going in." His instinct told him that something was wrong. Su Yuhan had never been here before, and she was immortal. However, the Ghost Rider sect mountain gate formation that gave Bai Zhanyuan a headache was useless against her. She even seemed to be very familiar with this place. She even knew about the mechanism on the stone door. To be on the safe side, he decided not to go in. He would come back alone at most. No. Su Yuhan, who had always been obedient, shook her head at that moment. She looked at him with a begging expression. "Yi Chen, don't go. The feeling is getting stronger. I must go in. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Sure, but I'll walk in front." Yi Chen nodded and took a step forward. He walked through the gap of the stone door while grabbing Su Yuhan tightly at the same time. An eerie wind blew. A dim stone room came into sight. It was over 300 meters, wide like a hall. There were hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the walls around. However, everyone had their eyes on the stone platform in the middle of the stone room. The stone platform was merely 3 meters tall. It was entirely red, as if it was drenched in fresh blood. Meanwhile, there were some gigantic bronze cauldrons placed around it. The bronze cauldrons were of different shapes. There were all sorts of birds, beasts, insects, and fishes carved on them. Emerald flames were coming out of the cauldrons at the moment, giving the entire stone room an eerie feeling. There were countless skeletons scattered under its feet. There were humans and beasts, but most of them had already decayed. It was an altar. Yi Chen's pupils shrunk slightly. The so-called altar was a tool that was used for sacrificial activities. Sacrificial activities existed in the most primitive society on Earth. It was usually a prayer activity that people performed to show respect to God. Especially during the feudal period, sacrifices were often made. These sacrifices could be grains, livestock, or even people. The most typical example was during the reign of King Zhou of Shang, who used living people as sacrifices. Even in the cultivation world, this kind of sacrificial ceremony still existed, but most of them were evil methods, and the objects of the sacrificial ceremony were mostly demons. Yi Chen had witnessed it with his own eyes. An evil sect had destroyed a stellar zone and used tens of billions of people in that stellar zone as a sacrifice to summon an extraterrestrial demon. Su Yuhan wanted to walk to the altar by instinct, but Yi Chen held onto her tightly. He accidentally stepped on a mechanism with his left foot. Ka-ka! The ground immediately trembled. An entire stone chamber began to tremble. The next moment, not far away from the altar, waves of black gas emerged. As soon as the black gas rose into the air, it turned into black shadows. Illusory faces appeared on the black shadows, accompanied by all kinds of strange cries. All of a sudden, the entire stone chamber seemed to have turned into a ghost town. Hundreds of ghosts were circling around, wailing and howling. Yi Chen protected Su Yuhan behind him by instinct. The spirits that filled the air lingered in the stone chamber. All of a sudden, they charged at Yi Chen with an eerie wind. Chapter 290. The Genius Nanny in the City. Chapter 290. Tens of thousands of ghosts worshipped the strange mural. Urban romance. Jikikums. At a bookmark, recommend this book, Chapter 290. Tens of thousands of ghosts worshipped the strange mural, facing the many ghosts that were charging at him. They were like a tsunami. Yi Chen frowned slightly. He sensed that the resentment in the ghosts was too powerful. Moreover, they seemed to have grown. He could not help but be shocked. However, he was just shocked. It was impossible for them to hurt him. A black flag appeared in Yi Chen's hand as he thought to this point. Just when he was going to put the ghosts away, Su Yuhan's voice came from behind him all of a sudden. Yi Qin, no. He could not help but turn his head to look. He saw Su Yuhan looking at him with a begging expression while biting her lip. Subsequently, she got rid of his hand and walked to him. Yuhan, you. Yi Chen's lips moved slightly. In the next second, the ghosts that were covering the sky suddenly stopped at the same time as if they had received some order. At that moment, they stopped growling. Even the hostility and resentment in them had weakened significantly. They were hovering in the air and observing Su Yuhan quietly. What? Yi Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at the scene before him in slight shock. In the next second, the ghosts landed on the ground and knelt before Su Yuhan at the same time. They were crying as if they were meeting their emperor. To be exact, they were whimpering. Tens of thousands of ghosts worshipped the ghosts. Such a scene was just too strange. No matter how calm Yi Qin was, he could not help but be stunned by what he saw. Yi Wushuang walked to Su Yuhan by instinct. Wushuang, there's no need. Su Yuhan shook her head and said with a blank look in her eyes, they won't hurt me. Although that was the case, Yi Qin and Yi Wushuang dared not let their guard down. Subsequently, she lifted her head to look at the dark ghosts kneeling before her. She said in a deep voice, I don't know why, but I feel like crying too when I hear you guys crying. Sob, sob, sob. Gusts of weeping wind blew even more fiercely. The spirits stuck their heads to the ground and let out sorrowful cries, causing the cold stone chamber to be filled with a trace of sorrow. Get up, don't cry. Su Yuhan said with reddened eyes. His voice fell. The spirits stood up one after another, then retreated to the side and remained motionless, creating a path. Looking along the passageway, he saw a skeleton throne behind the altar. The throne was made entirely out of human bones. Su Yuhan's face turned pale when she saw that. Master, there are paintings on the stone wall. Yi Wushuang suddenly said. Yi Qin looked at the stone wall before him by instinct when he heard that. Under the illumination of the luminous pearl, strange murals came into view. The murals were very lifelike. The scene in the first painting seemed to be a deep and serene wasteland. The wasteland's sky was dark. There was no sun, no moon, and only piles of bones as far as the eye could see. The empty eye sockets of these skeletons emitted a dark green light, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Meanwhile, there were all sorts of strange plants growing on the wasteland. There was a plant that looked like a cactus that was approximately the height of a human. There were all sorts of tentacles on it, and there were vaguely resentful ghost faces on it. There was a white skeleton giant that looked like an ape that was 10 feet tall. Reminder, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading, it's over 10 meters tall, and it's dragging a mountain with one hand as it stands on the wasteland. Is that an undead? Yi Chen's expression was extremely serious. The so-called undead was actually something that was different from ghosts. People only knew that a person's soul would turn into a ghost after death, and their body would turn into a zombie if it rotted. However, they had no idea that even if their body rotted and only a skeleton was left, the skeleton would have consciousness and life again. Yi Qin did not expect to see such a scene on Earth. Moreover, it was in the so-called Ghost Rider sect Mountain Gate. Yi Qin thought to this point. Yi Chen was slightly fearful of the Ghost Rider sect now. He had his eyes on the second mural again. Compared to the previous mural, this one was not as strange. It was a beautiful scene with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Meanwhile, there was a young lady who was approximately 16 or 17 years old in an ancient costume playing the guqin in a small, exquisite pavilion. It looked like a paradise on earth. The young lady wore a veil, and her hair was tied into a bun behind her. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her delicate hands that were placed on the strings were fair like jade. The young lady had a cold aura, and her eyes were extremely deep. At first glance, she looked like a peerless enchantress that could charm the world. But at a second glance, She looked like an empress who ruled the world. Yi Qin could not help but look at Su Yuhan next to him by instinct as he watched to this point. He had a feeling that the young lady in the painting looked similar to Su Yuhan. Was that a coincidence? Yi Qin clenched his fists tightly as a chill rose within him. He feared the Ghost Rider sect a little more now. It was too strange. Thousands of ghosts worshipped her. And then there was the young lady in the painting. He suppressed his emotions and looked at the third mural again. The person in the mural was still the young lady who was playing the guqin earlier. However, she was in a dark palace at the moment, sitting on a white bone throne. There were ghostly fires floating around her. Meanwhile, there was a sea of people kneeling before her. There was no end to them as far as one could see. Some of the black silhouettes were similar in height to humans, but all of them had green faces and fangs. Some of them were even 300 meters tall, like giants. Yi Qin squinted. Is that a demon? Or a ghost? Meanwhile, Morongyang was dead. Not only that, he was killed by someone. Morongyang was dead. When someone spread the news, it stirred a storm in Ganzhou. It was no different from an earthquake. One must know that the Morong clan was the leader of Ganzhou. Meanwhile, Morongyang was the Morong clan's young master. He was favored by the Morong clan's pillar, Moronghi. Now that someone dared to kill Morongyang, was that a declaration of war against the Morong clan and Moronghi, the illuminating God Almighty in the spell world? Trash, a bunch of trash. In the Morong clan's ancestral residence in Longxi, the old Morong, he looked at the Morong clan's upper echelon kneeling before him with an extremely grim expression. My Morong family has mobilized everyone, yet we still haven't caught that brat. What the hell are you all doing? Hearing this, one of the Morong clan's upper echelons, Morong Yuan, said weakly, We've locked down all the transportation hubs in Longxi as per your request. We've even asked the county government to send police to help us, but we can't find Yi. That's right. We also heard that Yi Chen is close to a lady named Yu Sha Sha and a hooligan named Ma Chong. We arrested both of them after that and interrogated them for 2 hours. However, we found nothing. Another Morong clan's upper echelon, Morong Nan, said in fear. Morong, he threw a cup at them and broke one of their heads. He smirked and said, So what do you mean? Yang died for nothing? He was heartbroken to think that his beloved Morongyang had died and that he had to send off his son before him. Old man, since this person could kill the late-stage Dao initiation realm young Master Yang, he must be at least at the peak of the Dao initiation realm. He might even be the... Morong Yuan hesitated. Morong, he laughed out of extreme anger. Or what? Maybe he is like me, a spirit realm warrior? Morong Yuan did not say a word. I don't care if this person is on illuminating God or not. No matter what, he killed Yang. He must die. Morong, he said again. Morong Nan pondered for a moment and said all of a sudden, Old master, I'm guessing that Yi hasn't left Longxi yet because we found out that he's bringing me along. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Even if my wife and daughter want to leave, they will leave by car. It's impossible for them to walk. He paused as he spoke to this point and suggested, I heard that the Yi Brad is close to you, Sha Sha. Why don't we use Yu Sha Sha to threaten Yi Chen? Let's see if he'll show up. Sure. Morong, his expression softened as ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, send him a challenge letter in my name. Tell him that I, Morong He, will fight this person on the Longxi River in 3 days. If he doesn't dare to come, I'll kill the little girl named you to vent my anger. If he dares to come, I'll kill him before everyone in Ganzhou. I'll let them know that as long as I'm alive, nobody is allowed to challenge my Morong clan. Morong, he was going to fight Yi Chen on the Longxi River. 3 days later, as the Morong clan's challenge letter spread, Ganzhou was stirred. Countless people had shock on their faces. Apart from being shocked, Countless people went to the hall to discuss the grudge between the two parties. When they found out that Yi Chen was the murderer who killed Morongyang and the spiritual medicine master, Old Fu, they were so shocked that they could not speak. One must know that Morongyang was a spell master on mastery stage, Tao initiation. Who below illuminating God could kill him? Could this young man named Yi Chen be a spell master too? Apart from being shocked, the people became excited when that thought popped up. If that was the case, would they not have the opportunity to witness the battle between the two illuminating God in the spell world? At that moment, countless people rushed to Longxi, on the spiritual medicine mountain. After hanging up the phone, Yao Bingyue sat hard on the couch. There was shock and disbelief on her pretty face. Morong, he is challenging Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the one who killed Morongyang and Old Fu? That means that Yi Chen is at least a peak stage Tao initiation spellmaster. He might even be an illuminating God Almighty. Her face turned pale as she thought to this point. Regret grew in her heart, gradually. I lied to him. I even sent Old Fu to kill him. If he comes to take revenge on me, no. She suddenly shook her head hard. Yi definitely won't live. No matter if he's on peak stage Tao initiation or illuminating God. He's definitely not Morong-he's match. Morong-he had been famous for decades, and his spell cultivation base was already at illuminating God. That's right. That's it. She could not help but reveal a smirk on her face. Yi, I've underestimated you. But so what? You've offended Morongyang. I'd like to see how you're going to die. P.S. It's a 3,000-word chapter. I can't write anymore. Rest early, everyone. Chapter 291. In the Ghost Rider's Sex main hall, Yi Chen could not shift his gaze away from the painting on the stone wall. The young lady in red sitting on the white bone throne looked too similar to Su Yuhan. Her eyes, her brows, and her slender and exquisite body seemed to be carved from the same mold as Su Yuhan. The only difference was their aura. Su Yuhan was an aloof goddess with the charm of a mature young woman. Meanwhile, the young lady in the painting had a cold and noble aura that seemed to be unintentional. At that moment, the little girl in Yi Wuxuang's embrace pointed at the young lady in the painting and said, "Daddy, there's another mommy on the wall." Yi Chen's expression turned grim. He could not help but look at Su Yuhan next to him. He saw her staring blankly at the young lady in the painting on the wall. She seemed to be in a daze while her pretty face looked lost. She seemed to be struggling as if she was recalling something. Sweat was dripping from her forehead. If one were to look closer, one would notice that her body was shaking lightly at the moment. She looked like she was going to fall. Yi Chen stretched his arm out to hold her immediately. He secretly transferred some spiritual energy into her body and said in his deep voice, "Are you all right?" "I am all right." Su Yuhan stood up straight and said after taking a deep breath in, "Yi Chen, I was hallucinating earlier." "What hallucinating?" Yi Chen's expression turned grim. "I think I entered the painting on the stone wall, the barren land, the tower, and even the palace." Su Yuhan held Yi Chen's hand tightly while cold sweat covered the back of her palm. "I saw so many terrifying things. I killed so many people. I didn't want to kill them, but I couldn't control myself. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yi Chen held her shoulder and comforted. "Forget it. Stop looking. Let's go back." His brows were filled with coldness. Why would an evil sect that existed during the Shang dynasty have such a few strange paintings on the wall? Why did the veiled lady in the painting look so similar to Su Yuhan? The coldness within Yi Chen grew when he connected Su Yuhan's series of unusual actions since she came in. He was sure that it was not a coincidence. The first thought that popped into his head was that someone was plotting against him and Su Yuhan. That was why they set all of this up. But this thought was immediately denied by him. From the moment they entered the door until now, they had not been attacked or harmed at all. Instead, it was as if they were strolling in their own vegetable garden. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be reincarnation? He believed that he was invincible on Earth, but he couldn't see through reincarnation and trace back history. No. She shook her head and said while looking away, Yi Chen, I feel that there's something very important to me here. After saying these words, before Yi Chen could react, she took a step forward and walked toward the altar slowly. In front of her, Wan Hun silently retreated. Yi Chen was about to follow them when the originally quiet spirits glared at him angrily. They bared their teeth as if they were warning him. Humph! A mere ghost wants to stop me? Yi Chen scoffed and casually pinched a bolt of lightning. The lightning crackled in his hand. Even though these souls showed fear on their faces, they still rushed towards him. Don't move! Su Yuhan suddenly said. The spirit stopped in its tracks. Don't worry about me, Yi Chen. I'm fine. Su Yuhan turned her head and smiled at Yi Chen. Subsequently, she walked to the altar slowly. She stopped to take a look when she was at the altar. Eventually, her eyes were fixed on the white bone throne behind the altar. The white bone throne was approximately 6 meters tall. There was a black crystal ball on the armrest. Su Yuhan paused and walked to the white bone throne. Eventually, she sat on the white bone throne and extended her arm to press on the black crystal ball before her. In the next second, the aura on her body changed. There was an endless coldness and a noble aura. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into the veiled lady in the painting who looked down on the world. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the spirits that were motionless earlier knelt to her at the same time. Their initially ferocious, illusory features became extremely peaceful. Sob, sob, sob. The ghostly wails and howls were heard again. They sounded like they were crying. Why, Your Majesty! Deep voices came from their mouths. Yuhan, come back now. Yi Chen's expression changed all of a sudden. He moved and dashed toward the white bone throne. Roar! As he moved, the spirits that were kneeling on the ground charged at him. Their features became distorted and ferocious again. Get lost! A dragon roar came out of Yi Chen's mouth as he was enraged. It was the heavenly dragon's 8 music. A few dragon-shaped energy swept everywhere. The spirits that were charging at him were killed instantly. However, more spirits charged at him fearlessly. They seemed to be trying to stop Yi Chen. Stop! At that moment, Su Yuhan, who was sitting on the white bone throne, suddenly spoke. Her voice was crisp, cold, and brooking no rejection. As soon as she was done speaking, all of the spirits stopped moving at the same time. Yi Chen then looked at Su Yuhan. He saw that there was a black, vertical eye between her brows that contained endless, ghostly energy. Most importantly, the aura on her head changed. It became a little unfamiliar. Yi Chen also sensed an extremely terrifying power from her. The power was no weaker than when he was in the immortal world. Possession? The thought popped into Yi Chen's head immediately. He shouted angrily while looking at Su Yuhan. Where did this monster come from? How dare you touch my woman? Get out of her body, right now. Yi Wuxuang's expression changed slightly. He stood next to Yi Chen while carrying Meng Meng. The great thunder sword in his hand released bolts of lightning. Su Yuhan lifted her head to look at Yi Chen. There was a hint of complexity in her eyes. She said softly while opening her red lips, Tiandi, your woman is fine. There's no need to panic. Who exactly are you? Yi Chen's expression was extremely grim, but a storm was stirring inside of him. Su Yuhan lifted her head to take a good look at the entire Ghost Rider sect's main hall. She spoke slowly. 3,000 years ago, the Ghost Rider sect's founding sect leader, Luo Daoyuan, went to a place in his dream. It was a dark place, and all the men there were ugly, while the women there were beautiful. Luo Daoyuan went to this world in his dream and saw a lady playing the guqin in the pavilion by accident. He fell in love with the lady just by looking at her. He wanted to talk to her, but he was woken up by the lady's music. Luo Daoyuan went to his dream many times after that. He wanted to enter this world, but he couldn't find it. He could only build the Ghost Rider sect and carved everything he saw and heard that day in the main hall. Yi Qin took a good look at her. Is the world that Luo Daoyuan is sleepwalking in the Azura realm? He finally understood now. It was no wonder that the murals around looked like that. Only the 6 realms of Azura would look like that. Yes. Su Yuhan nodded lightly while her eyelashes fluttered. It's the Azura realm, and I'm the remnant of the Azura King's soul. Your woman is my reincarnation. Yi Qin was shocked. What did you say? Chapter 292. Azura was also known as the Emperor of the Underworld, the King of the Underworld, and the Lord of the Underworld. He ruled over the 6 realms of the Underworld, and his status was similar to the Lord of the Spirit Realm. His cultivation was close to that of a perfected immortal. Unfortunately, the Lord of Azura led the Azura world to attack the spiritual realm. Just as they were about to conquer the spiritual realm, 3 true immortals descended upon the world. The Azura King fought against the 3 of them alone, causing the world to change color. In the end, his soul was destroyed. Yi Qin only found out about these secrets when he became the Heavenly Emperor. The master of the Azura realm had existed much longer than him. Su Yuhan was the reincarnation of such a person. Judging from her aura, her cultivation base was higher than Yi Chen's current cultivation base. If they were to fight, Yi Chen would definitely not be her match. She seemed to have sensed his worry. Su Yuhan said bitterly, "Don't worry. My soul has already been destroyed. I'm just a remnant soul now. I won't take over your woman. In reality, I don't have the ability to do that. I'm just an existence that should have dissipated in this world. Perhaps this is fate. 3,000 years ago, Luo Daoyuan founded the Ghost Rider sect because of me. 3,000 years later, my reincarnation has been lured here. If that's the case, you should disappear as soon as possible." Yi Qin smirked coldly. He did not let go of the hostility within him at all. She sighed faintly and said, "Before I disappear, I'd like to make a deal with you." "What deal?" Yi Qin asked. "Your woman has a dark spirit root and a pure Yin body. She was born with another body. She can only inherit my legacy, so I plan to pass it on to her." At this point, she paused. "In the future, I hope that she can save my people and become the new Azura King." "There's no need for that. My woman doesn't need to inherit someone else's things," Yi Qin sneered. "Fine. I will leave behind the memory inheritance. Whether you choose or not depends on your woman's choice." Su Yuhan sighed softly. After that, the aura on her body began to dissipate, including the vertical eye between her brows. At the same time, the spirits in the surroundings all let out sorrowful cries. She collapsed on the white bone throne as soon as her aura dissipated completely. Yi Qin went forward to hold her immediately. At the same time, he checked her body carefully. He was relieved after confirming that the person had really disappeared and did not do anything to her body. Over half an hour later, Su Yuhan woke up slowly. She looked rather lost. "What happened to me, Yi Qin?" "You don't remember?" Yi Chen glared at her. Su Yuhan got up and looked around. She rubbed her forehead and said, "I only remember that I lost consciousness after I sat on that seat. I'm fine. You're probably too tired." Yi Qin comforted her while smiling. He chose to hide what happened earlier. However, what she said next shocked him. "Oh yeah, I feel like there's a lot of unfamiliar information in my head." "Listen to me. Forget about them. Don't look at them. Don't think about them," Yi Qin said in all seriousness while holding her hand tightly. The reason why he was unwilling to let Su Yuhan inherit the Azura King's inheritance was because he was worried that the Azura King would do something to her. For example, when Su Yuhan became powerful, she would suddenly take over. "All right, I'll listen to you." Su Yuhan nodded obediently. Let's go back." Yi Chen led her down from the bone throne. "Wait." Su Yuhan suddenly stopped walking. She looked at the countless spirits next to her. There was pity on her pretty face. Yi Qin, can you release them? They've been trapped here for 1,000 years. They're so pitiful. Release them. Yi Qin frowned. With his cold personality, he actually did not want to care about that. Su Yuhan moved closer and kissed him on the cheek. She said softly, "Help me." "All right." Yi Qin nodded and subsequently walked to the altar. He lifted his head to look at the spirits before him. There were so many spirits before him, and they were filled with resentment. It was impossible for him to release them one by one just by chanting the method. Even if he could do that, he would be exhausted. They seemed to have sensed something and knelt before Yi Qin at the same time. Countless refining materials appeared before Yi Qin as he thought to this point. He spat true essence fire at Su Yuhan and began refining magic tools with a wave of his arm. Not long after, 6 black formation flags appeared in front of him, as well as a magic tool that looked like a paper crane. Yi Qin planted all 6 black formation flags around the altar. He then placed the magic tool that looked like a paper crane in the middle of the altar. He then looked at the spirits kneeling in front of him and said calmly, "You have been dead for 1,000 years, and your resentment is extremely strong. Logically speaking, you should not be able to reincarnate. However, on account of my woman, I will send you to reincarnation today." A flower that was made of spiritual energy appeared in his hand as soon as he was done speaking. Yi Qin rubbed it softly, and the flower shattered instantly. It turned into spiritual energy that drifted toward the spirit before him like scattered dandelions. When the spiritual energy fell on the spirits, the resentment on their bodies quickly dissipated, and the ferocious expressions on their faces gradually became incomparably peaceful. "Rise!" Yi Qin lifted his arm and performed a series of hand seals on the altar where the rejuvenation barrier was set up. The entire altar released a white glow. "If you want to reincarnate, enter the formation." He let out a loud shout. As soon as he said that, the spirits that were kneeling on the ground stood up at the same time and walked into the formation in an orderly manner. All of the spirits looked at Su Yuhan at the same time. They then glanced at Yi Chen and Yi Wushuang, who was carrying Meng Meng next to him. They looked grateful. Extremely pure energy exploded from their bodies at the same time. The energy landed on Yi Chen and the rest like a curtain of rain. "This is..." Su Yuhan was stunned. Meng Meng giggled and said, "Daddy, I feel so good." "This is the soul power that they have cultivated for 1,000 years. They gave their soul power back to us before they left. That's their way of thanking us," Yi Qin explained while smiling. He also felt that the power of his spiritual consciousness had greatly increased. If it could only cover a radius of 1 kilometer before, it could now cover a radius of 5 kilometers. This could also be considered as a peck in the mouth, a taste of karma. "Thank you for your kindness. Let's go." He lifted his head to look at the spirits in the formation and took a deep breath in. He chanted, "By the Grand Supreme Edict, all spirits are to kneel before my altar and be reborn. Those who have a head will be reborn, and those who have no head will ascend. All spirits will be blessed. Today, I order you to be reborn." As soon as he was done speaking, the altar shook violently. The altar shook violently, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Then, a white crane flew out from the altar. The white crane was carrying many souls on its back. "Daddy, it's a white crane," the little girl exclaimed. The white crane flapped its wings and flew out of the hall directly. It disappeared. Su Yuhan said curiously, "Yi Chen, what's with that white crane?" Chapter 293. That's right, Daddy. Where did that big white crane bring those aunties and uncles to? Meng Meng was curious too. Yi Chen chuckled softly when he saw the mother and daughter's expressions. "Haven't you guys heard of flying a crane to the west? That white crane brought them to the 6 realms of reincarnation. Then, they'll be reincarnated according to their fates. In this world, there were 2 types of treatment when a person turned into a ghost after death. Humans were distinguished by their status, while ghosts were distinguished by good and evil. Regular ghosts would be taken away by the messenger of death. The messenger of death would not be so kind to ordinary souls. They would usually be chained up and brought to the netherworld by force. Another type of treatment was for the messenger of death to bring the ghost soldiers to the netherworld. The messenger of death would be the king of hell after his death. In history, Lord Bao would be taken to the netherworld by the guard of honor to be the king of hell after his death. It was just like the saying went, those who were loyal and filial would be the king of the underworld after their death. Apart from those two types of treatment, Yi Qin, the heavenly emperor of the generation, could skip the procedure of going to the netherworld and go to the 6 realms of reincarnation directly. To put it simply, the ghosts that the white crane brought away earlier were like backdoor visitors. You guys rest here. I'll go take a look. Yi Qin began walking around the Ghost Rider sect after saying that. Since he was here, he could not return empty-handed. The next morning, Yi Chen left the mountain with Su Yuhan and Meng Meng after resting at the Ghost Rider sect mountain gate for a night. He was heading to the Longxi bus station. He planned to take a bus to Guangzhou's provincial capital from there, and then fly to Beijing. Then he would return to Tiannan. Su Yuhan was not used to flying on her sword. Perhaps it was a modern mindset that was hard to change in a short time. When it was close to noon, Yi Qin arrived near the bus station with his wife and daughter. To his surprise, he found many policemen gathered at the entrance of the bus station. Why are there so many policemen? Did something happen at the bus station? Su Yuhan asked in confusion. Yi Qin scanned with his divine consciousness. Just when he was going to speak, he noticed a man in a cap standing at the newsstand less than 500 meters away from him. The other party looked at him with shock and even ecstasy. Then he ran into an alley without a change in expression. Wait for me here. Yi Chen moved and chased after him immediately after saying that. When he arrived at the alley, he saw the man in the cap take out his phone and was about to call someone. The man was shocked when he noticed Yi Chen. He dropped his phone on the ground and panicked. How did you catch up to me? Are you going to call the Morong family? Yi Chen said wryly. The peaked cap man took a few steps back and suddenly spread his feet to run. But the next moment, he felt that his body could not move. Seeing that he was unwilling to say anything, Yi Chen walked over and pressed his hand on his head. He performed the soul-searching tactic forcefully. Later on, he found out that the Morong clan had captured Yu Shasha because of Morong Yang's death. Morong He even wanted to challenge him. Morong He, you're courting death. Yi Chen chuckled and disappeared from where he was without even looking at the young man in the cap who had turned into an idiot. She asked as soon as she saw him, "What did you do?" "Do you still remember Yu Shasha? She's been captured. I'm going to get her out," Yi Chen said while smiling. He was not a busybody. The main reason was that Yu Shasha was dragged into this because of him. Moreover, this girl was not bad. Therefore, he was going to help her. Su Yuhan was shocked. "What? Who captured her?" "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to her. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place to settle down." Yi Chen comforted her and brought the mother and daughter to a hotel nearby to stay. After getting Yi Wushuang to protect the mother and daughter, he walked out of the hotel and headed to the Morong residence. At the same time, in the backyard of the Morong family, there were 2 burly men standing guard at the entrance of a small storeroom. Morong Shui walked over with a lunchbox in her hand, but the 2 hunks stopped her immediately. "I'm here to give food to my friend." Morong Shui forced a smile on her face. Subsequently, 2 thick stacks of cash appeared in her hand. She passed the cash to the 2 hunks intentionally. "Brothers, please let me in." The 2 hunks revealed a smile on their faces after taking the money. "Go in. I'll only give you 10 minutes. Nobody would say no to money. Even the 2 of them were no exception. Morong Shui thanked them and pushed the door open with the lunchbox. She saw Yushasha sitting on a stool with her limbs tied up. There was a ball of cloth in her mouth. Yu Shasha immediately started sobbing when she saw Morong Shue. Her little face was filled with excitement. She said immediately after Morong Shue removed the ball of cloth, "Sister Shue, how is it? Are they willing to let me go?" Morong Shue bit her lip and said rather helplessly, "Shasha, I'm afraid I can't. I tried my best." She had asked her father, Morong Chung, to beg Morong he for mercy for Yu Shasha. However, she was kicked out before she even saw her. She was only from the Morong clan's side branch, so she had no right to see Morong he at all. Moreover, it was Morong he's favorite grandson, Morong Yang, who had died. Yu Shasha's face turned pale upon hearing that. Yu Shasha's face turned pale. She covered her mouth and cried. Her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. She was just a university student who had yet to graduate. However, she was captured by the Morong clan just because she knew Yichin. Her life was even in danger. No one would be able to take that. "Shasha, I brought you your favorite chives. Have some," Morong Shue said while forcing a smile. However, Yu Shasha could not stop crying. Morong Shue's heart ached, and she was furious to see that. It's all Ye's fault. If not for him, you wouldn't have been dragged into this. Regret filled her face as she spoke to this point. If we had known that, we wouldn't have met him on the bus earlier. "Sister Shue, did Yichin really kill Morong Yang?" Yu Shasha wiped her tears and lifted her head to look at her all of a sudden. Morong Shue was silent for a few seconds, then shook her head. "I'm not sure either, but it shouldn't be fake." She was in disbelief when she first heard that Yi Chen had killed Morong Yang. After all, to her, Yi Chen was considered a wealthy young master at most. How could he have the ability and guts to kill Morong Yang? One must know that not only was Morong Yang the Morong clan's eldest young master, but he was also a cultivator. He was a spell master on Mastery Stage Dao entry. But the truth was right in front of them. She had to believe it, even if she did not want to. The only thing she felt was that she was shocked by Yi Chen's ability. At that moment, Yu Shasha bit her lip and said weakly, "Sister Shue, do you think Yi Chen will decome to save me?" "Hee hee." Morong Shue laughed coldly. "What do you think? I'm afraid you don't know how powerful Morong he is. He's an illuminating god spell master. He's like a god. Even if that Yi guy has some ability, he's definitely not his match. He knew that it was a trap, and you're not related to him at all. Why would he come? Maybe he's already in hiding." Hearing this, Yu Shasha's face turned pale as she burst into tears again. Her heart was filled with despair. Chapter 294. Yi Chen had no idea what Morong Shue was thinking about. Even if he did, he would not care. All Yi Chen wanted to do in his life was to have a clear conscience. He never cared about what other people thought. Yi Chen was not fast, but he was not slow either. At his level, even if he did not use his magic power to walk, it was as if there was wind beneath his feet. Over 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived less than a kilometer away from the Morong residence. There was a quiet path before him. It was similar to a path in a park with cobblestones. Meanwhile, there were neat maple trees around the path. Yi Chen was shocked to find people in all sorts of strange attire everywhere on the path. Most of them had the cultivation base of an ancient martial artist, and the highest among them was on illuminating pulse. Are these people here to watch the show? Yi Chen secretly speculated. After all, Morong, he had issued a challenge to him earlier. It was not surprising that people were here to watch the show. At that moment, an impatient voice came from his side. "Dad, how much longer do we have? I'm dying of exhaustion. I'm tired and thirsty." Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look. There was a man and a lady standing under a maple tree 50 steps away from his right. The man was approximately 40 years old. His temples were bulging, and he was breathing heavily. Meanwhile, the pretty lady next to him was approximately 24 or 25 years old. She wore black training attire, and her facial features looked similar to the middle-aged man. However, there was impatience on the lady's face at the moment. She was holding a low-heeled shoe that was a little short in her hand. She was fanning herself with her hand as she spoke. Yi Chen's eyes paused on the middle-aged man a few times because he realized that the man had the cultivation base of illuminating pulse. Moreover, the joints on his fingers were rather thick. Clearly, he was an expert in external martial arts. The pretty lady glared at him ferociously after noticing Yi Chen's gaze. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before?" "Cece, don't be so rude." The middle-aged man scolded her immediately. He then turned his head to look at Yi Chen and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, little brother. I've spoiled my daughter. That's her temper." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and was about to leave. However, the lady was unhappy. "Who's that? Who allowed you to leave? Stop right there." Yi Chen turned his head and glared at her coldly. "I see that you're also going to the Morong family to watch the show, so you should have some skills. I'm very unhappy right now. Do you want to fight with me?" The woman moved her arms and legs, her eyes filled with arrogance. The middle-aged man said with a sullen face, "Cece, if you do this again, don't come out with me next time." As soon as he said that, the woman pouted and said coldly, "Dad, I'm just unhappy. I've been in the car for so long and now I have to walk. My legs are about to break. Who told you to come?" The middle-aged man glared at her and turned his head to look at Yi Chen. He smiled lightly. "Little brother, don't take it to heart." "Oh yeah, are you going to the medicinal pill exchange at the Morong residence too?" "No, I'm going to kill someone." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. As soon as he said this, the woman burst into laughter. "You want to go to the Morong family to kill people? Did I hear wrongly or are you boasting?" Even the middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Chen frowned. "Is there a problem with me killing people?" "Of course." The woman snickered and looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. "Do you know what kind of place the Morong family is? They're the leader of Ganzhou, where there are many experts, especially old Master Morong He, who's the Ganzhou #1. How dare you say that you're going to the Morong family to kill people?" She took a good look at Yi Chen from head to toe as she spoke to this point. She was rather disdainful. "Moreover, you don't look like an expert at all. You might not even be able to defeat me. So how are you going to kill people?" The middle-aged man looked awkward and stopped her immediately. He said to Yi Chen, "Little brother, watch what you say. It's fine if I heard that, but if someone else heard it, you'd be in trouble." The middle-aged man sighed softly and subsequently walked over with the lady. He took the initiative to introduce himself. "I'm Hui Yushan from the Longnan Hua Martial Arts Dojo. This is my daughter, Cece. May I know your name, little brother?" "My surname is Yi," Yi Chen said coldly. Hui Yushan said, while smiling immediately, "Since we're going the same way, let's go together. We can take care of each other." "Dad, you're the successor of the Hua family's tantric fist, after all. Isn't it embarrassing for you to be with this brat?" Hua Cece scoffed. "That's enough. You can stop talking." Hua Yushan could not do anything to his daughter. She had been spoiled since she was young. Now that she learned some martial arts and was invincible in the dojo, it made her arrogant. Yi Chen smiled in a non-committal manner and walked out. "Dad, look at this brat. He doesn't appreciate your kindness," Hua Cece said angrily. Hua Yushan could only catch up with Yi Chen quickly with her. He would rather face Yi Chen's coldness than listen to his daughter's complaints like before. Hua Yushan could not help but speak after noticing that Yi Chen was silent along the way. "I wonder which sect you're from, little brother?" People in the martial Dao world paid attention to different circles and sections. To ease the atmosphere, he could only use such a method to find a common topic with Yi Chen. "I'm not from any sect," Yi Chen said coldly. "Not from any sect?" Hui Yushan smiled upon hearing that and stopped asking. He thought that Yi Chen was unwilling to reveal anything. Hua Cece, on the other hand, scoffed. I thought you were from a prestigious family since you have such a bad temper. Turns out you're not from any sect." Yi Chen ignored her and continued walking. His neglect made Huasisi feel like she was punching cotton. She could only clench her teeth angrily behind him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Morong residence. The group of people rushed to the entrance of the Morong family's old house. The guards here had been changed. They were now two ancient martial arts practitioners of the internal energy stage. Hui Yushan walked up and handed them a gilded name card. He said, while smiling, "I'm Hui Yushan from the Hua family dojo in Longnan. This is my daughter. We're here for the medicinal pill exchange." The two hunks nodded expressionlessly. "Oh, it's Master Hua from Longnan. Do you know the rules of the medicinal pill exchange? You're not allowed to pick a fight or cause trouble." "Yes." Hua Yushan nodded immediately. The two hunks only looked at Yi Chen then. "Brother Yi, take out your name card. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter," Hu Yushan kindly reminded him. However, Yi Chen shook his head. "I don't have a name card, and I don't need one." His voice fell. Hua Yushan and his daughter were stunned. "Since you don't have a name card, then why did you come to participate in the pill exchange conference?" A big man sneered. It was their first time guarding the door. Although they heard that Yi Chen had killed Morong Yang, they had never seen him before. Therefore, they had no idea what he looked like. "Yi, you can't get in without a name card." Huasisi shook her head and smiled. The next moment, Yi Chen took a step forward and shouted, "Morong He, I Yi Chen am here today. Come out and accept your death." His voice was like a great bell, yet it was also like rolling thunder. It was deafening and directly spread out in all directions. Hui Yushan and his daughter were dumbfounded. Chapter 295. In the guest hall of the Morong residence, many martial artists were sitting there. Most of them had a powerful aura, especially the four people sitting on the four armchairs in the front. Each of them had a shocking aura with a golden gleam in their eyes. The guest hall was noisy at the moment. It was filled with people talking and discussing. Three silhouettes sat far away. They were Zhang Mingqi, Zhang Haoxuan, and Zhang Zijian. At that moment, Zhang Mingqi lifted her head to look at the four people sitting on the armchairs. Shock and seriousness filled her pretty face. "I can't believe that the King Kong sect leader, Wu Di, the Iron Fist sect leader, Niao Wenyuan, the Flying Dagger sect leader, Lu Feng, and the Little Overlord, Fei Santong are here. It's them," Zhang Haoxuan exclaimed softly from the side. Not only were the four of them famous in Gan province, but they were also well known throughout the entire northwestern region. This was because they were all experts at the peak of the illuminating pulse stage, only half a step away from becoming a martial Dao grandmaster. For example, Wu Di from the King Kong sect was invulnerable to weapons and bullets. Niao Wenyuan from the Iron Fist sect could punch through a steel plate with a single punch. Meanwhile, Lu Feng from the Flying Dagger sect had 7 flying daggers. He had 100% accuracy and could break anything, especially the Little Overlord, Fei Santong. He was extremely talented and was 3 meters tall. Coupled with his huge build, he looked like a giant. Zhang Mingqi inhaled. Just when she was going to speak, she heard a clap. The guest hall fell into silence at that moment. Subsequently, Wu Di from the King Kong sect got up and cleared his throat. He looked around and said, "Guys, I've discussed with sect leader Nya from the Iron Fist sect and the rest. In reality, there's no need for old Master Morong, he to kill Yi Chen. The 4 of us can kill him." The people were shocked. An old man clasped his fists and could not help but ask, "Sect leader Wu, are you serious?" "Of course. It's been a day since old Master Morong he sent the challenge letter. However, Yi hasn't done anything yet. I'm guessing he doesn't dare to accept the challenge." Wu Di nodded lightly and smiled proudly with his arms behind his back. "Therefore, I suggest that the Morong clan take back the challenge letter. At the same time, Pretend to keep the peace so that Yi Chun will let his guard down. Then, we'll continue looking for his whereabouts secretly. As soon as we find him, the 4 of us will kill him. Not bad. Nya Wunyuan from the Iron Fist sect said while smiling. Since Yi is afraid of old Master Morong He, his cultivation base is definitely not on Illuminating God. He's on peak stage Dao entry at most. The 4 of us are on peak stage Illuminating Pulse. We can kill him if we work together. I wonder what price our Morong family will have to pay. A member of the Morong family asked subconsciously. Lu Feng from the Flying Dagger School stroked his beard and smiled. We heard that the Morong family has a good relationship with the Spiritual Medicine Mountain, so we'd like to ask the Morong family to ask the Spiritual Medicine Mountain to refine some pills that can help us improve our cultivation. The 4 of them had been stuck at the peak of the Meridian opening realm for many years. The 4 of them had discussed it, and they had found that only by relying on medicinal pills would they have the slightest hope of breaking through to the Xiantian realm. The Morong family can consider this, but we have to report it to the old master first, the person from the Morong family said. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed and said, if the 4 powerhouses join forces, you will definitely be killed. Everyone nodded immediately. I'm just afraid that you will hide forever, someone said worriedly. If I were Yi Qin, I'd come to him to ask for forgiveness. Perhaps he'll die in one piece that way. Wu Di scoffed. Just when he was going to say something, a deafening voice came from outside all of a sudden. Morong He, I Yi Qin am here today. Come out now and accept your death. Bang! The people in the lounge froze instantly. They thought they had heard it wrong, so they could not react to the moment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Morong residence, as Yi Chen's majestic voice was heard, the ones who were the most shocked were Huyu Shan and his daughter, as well as the 2 hunks guarding the door. Why you? Huasisi was the first to react. She looked at Yi Chen in disbelief and said while stammering, You're the Yi Chen who killed Morong Yang. She could not get over the shock. Initially, she thought that Yi Chen was just a passerby that she had bumped into. Never had she thought that it was Yi Chen who had been in the limelight recently. That was the kind of person he was. How could she provoke him earlier? Hua Yushan was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, he clasped his fists at Yi Chen in all seriousness and forced a smile. It's my fault. Quick, report it now. After the 2 big men reacted, they rushed into the villa together. Not long after, there was a burst of rapid footsteps coming from inside. Subsequently, a slightly plump middle-aged man led the people out. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Chen and shouted in rage, Yi, you've finally shown yourself. Where's Morong He? Ask him to come out and accept his death. Yi Chen said calmly. How dare you? A scoff came. An old man in the Spiritual Medicine Mountain's uniform looked at Yi Chen with a grim expression. Yi Chen, you killed old Fu of my Spiritual Medicine Mountain. You must give my Spiritual Medicine Mountain an explanation. The man was a beginner-stage illuminating pulse martial artist. He did not take Yi Chen seriously because he had the advantage of numbers. Sure, I'll give you an explanation now. Instead of being angry, Yi Chen smiled. He stretched his arm out and grabbed him. The man was instantly grabbed by him. Just when he was about to speak, a palm came, and the man's head was crushed. Dead silence filled the place at the moment. Huasisi's eyes were wide open in shock. Zhang Mingqi and the other 2 had a change of expression. Clearly, they did not expect a beginner-stage illuminating pulse ancient martial artist to die just like that. One must know that such an expert would be a revered one in the Zhang family of Wannan. Yi Chen, how dare you kill someone before us? You're insane. The King Kong sect leader, Wu Di, was enraged. He curled his palm into a fist and threw a punch at Yi Chen. That punch was like a ferocious tiger roaring in the forest. It was extremely ferocious. Yi Chen smirked in disdain. He threw a punch too, without dodging. Bang! Wu Di was immediately blown up by his punch, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. The people were dumbstruck at that moment. He had killed an illuminating pulse expert with a single punch? Did he have to be so terrifying? Yi Chen moved again. He charged directly at the Iron Fist sect leader, Nie Wenyuan, and the other two. Nie Wenyuan's expression changed. Before he could react, he felt a heavy blow on his chest. Bang! His body exploded instantly. Another one was killed. He did not even pant. Lu Feng from the Flying Dagger sect and the Little Overlord, Fei Santong, had a drastic change of expression. They wanted to run, but Yi Chen caught up to them. Their bodies were torn into pieces directly. The 4 experts who were so confident earlier were killed just like that. They did not even have the chance to fight back. At that moment, the entire lounge was dead silent. At that moment, Yi Chen was like a thunderbolt. He crushed everything as if he was crushing dead leaves and chopping vegetables. How could he be so powerful? Zhang Haoxuan and the other two, as well as Huasusu, were completely dumbstruck. Bang! A black dragon, formed by black energy, leaped out of the staircase on the 4th floor and charged at Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen, it's not even 3 days yet. Are you in such a rush to die? Murong Hutsong appeared at the staircase. He looked at Yi Chen with an extremely grim expression. Yi Chen said coldly, "Old man, there's no need for 3 days. I can kill you now." Chapter 296. Old Master Murong is here. As soon as Murong he appeared, everyone in the Murong residence's guest hall had their eyes focused. Their eyes were burning with passion. Many of them smirked and looked at Yi Chen gloatingly. "You're dead now. Old Master Murong is Ganzhou's #1. His spells are amazing. So what if you killed 4 peak stage illuminating pulse experts?" Murong He's expression was grim. He wore a gray robe and walked slowly with a dragon-headed walking stick. Although he was walking slowly, it felt like he was walking on the surface of a lake, causing ripples to form. Although he was very close, he gave off a feeling that he could only be seen but not reached. He's too powerful. Zhang Mingqi, who was among the crowd, secretly inhaled sharply. Old Master Murong must have reached the stage of nature that Grandpa mentioned. Even Hui Yushan and his daughter could not help but immerse themselves in the rhythm of his footsteps. A moment later, Murong he stopped less than 2 meters away from Yi Chen. He ignored the crowd and glared at Yi Chen coldly. "You arrogant brat, do you know that Yang is the most outstanding descendant of my clan? I've placed too much hope and effort on him. How dare you kill him? So what if I kill him? What can you do to me? You're just an ant. You deserve to die." Yi Chen smiled calmly. "Moreover, he offended me many times for a so-called pill. He deserves to die. If I'm not mistaken, you must have instructed him to do that, am I right?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." Murong he smirked. Although the Murong clan was a tyrant in Ganzhou and he was the #1 expert in Ganzhou, there are some dark things that he could not talk about openly. "Old thing, you're shameless. You're exactly the same as that useless grandson of yours who died." Yi Chen shook his head lightly with slight disdain on his face. "It's no wonder that you would threaten me with an innocent girl. Now come and accept your death." At the end of his speech, his voice turned cold. He took a step forward and leaped onto a tall maple tree around the Murong family's villa. "Great." Murong he looked ferocious. "Since you're asking for a quick death, I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew under his feet, and he floated to another maple tree as if he was carried by the wind. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them. Their hearts were thumping nonstop. Now, they were certain that Yi Chen's cultivation base was on Illuminating God, and so was Murong He. The battle between 2 spirit realm warriors was hard to come by in 20 years. Zhang Zijian, who was in the crowd, looked at the figure standing at the top of the maple tree with a complicated gaze. He said by instinct, "Mr. Yi, you must win." Although he didn't think it was possible. After all, they knew how powerful Morong he was. "He wants to win. Aren't you thinking too much?" Zhang Haoshuan, who was standing aside, could not help but smirk. "Although this fella is quite capable, it's impossible for him to be Morong He's match. Otherwise, why do you think the name Morong He has been shining in Gan province for decades? Not bad." Zhang Mingqi nodded and said, "It's very likely that Morong He has already comprehended nature Tao. His ability is even more powerful than ordinary illuminating God powerhouses. You will definitely die today." Speaking of this, her eyes were filled with joy. "Yi, I asked you to give the heart-repairing pill to the Zhang family, but you didn't believe me. Now you can only die." "Dad, this is a spell master?" Huasisi asked with her eyes wide open. Hui Yushan took a deep breath and said, "Yes, and he's a powerful spell master." "Yi is in trouble this time," Huasisi mumbled. Even she did not have high hopes for Yi Qin. Meanwhile, Morong He, who was standing on top of the maple tree, glared at Yi Qin coldly. "Yi Qin, you've broken through to illuminating God at such a young age. You're considered a genius, even in China. If we let you grow, you'll definitely be famous in the spell world in less than 10 years. It's unfortunate that you shouldn't have killed Yang, and offended my Morong family. Today, I'll let you witness my power." At the end of his sentence, the aura on his body surged. Subsequently, he performed a hand seal with both hands. Immediately, a crimson flame shot out of his hand and smashed at Yi Chen like a gigantic fireball, creating fire out of thin air. Countless people had a change of expression when they saw that. All of them were shocked by Morong He's technique. Indeed, the technique of an illuminating God was beyond their imagination. "That's just a child's play. Break it," Yi Chen scoffed. Without even lifting his eyelids, he stretched his arm out and grabbed the gigantic fireball that was coming at him. Bang! The fireball shattered as a result. It turned into sparks that flew everywhere, scaring many people who were standing nearby to dodge. Someone exclaimed, "Breaking all spells with brute force?" One must know that Morong, he was an illuminating God expert. The fire condensation spell that he performed casually could blow up a tree. However, Yi Chen had broken it so easily. Even Morong, he was slightly shocked. He subsequently scoffed and said, "You're quite capable. No wonder you dare to come here and seek death. Wind, rise." He performed a hand seal, quickly with both hands as soon as he spoke. A black glow exploded from his hands. The glow was getting bigger and bigger, like a black sun. At the same time, he shouted, "Falling leaves." Within 1,000 meters with him, as the center, a strange wind appeared out of nowhere. The strange wind was getting stronger, causing countless maple trees to shake. They seemed to be collapsing. The maple leaves that filled the sky seemed like it was raining as they landed on his hands. Eventually, they consolidated into a gigantic black ball. The black ball spun rapidly like a black hole with a terrifying suction force. At this moment, everyone on the ground staggered and almost lost their balance. Countless people's expressions changed as they watched this scene in shock. Is that an illuminating God's technique? Huasisi held onto Hui Yushan tightly as her face turned pale. Zhang Mingqi mumbled, "No wonder Grandpa warned us not to offend the Morong clan, no matter what, before we left. They're just too terrifying." Morong, he stood in the air as the gray robe on him fluttered in the wind. "Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, I'd like to see how you're going to handle this." As soon as he was done speaking, the black ball that was condensed from countless maple leaves in his hand charged at Yi Chen like a dark tornado with a strong gust of wind. Dust flew everywhere the black ball passed, and the ground was directly plowed into a long gully, as if a cow had plowed back and forth dozens of times. The scene was spectacular. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun was completely covered by the black ball that looked like a small hill. The maple tree under his feet was crushed into pieces. That kid is dead for sure. Zhang Haoshuan couldn't help but shout when he saw this scene. Everyone shook their heads. Under that black ball, even a small hill would be trampled to the ground, let alone a person. Ha ha ha. I was wondering how capable you were. It turns out that you're just trying to look impressive. A loud laughter could be heard. Morong, he smirked. This is the price you have to pay for killing my Yang. And going against the Morong clan. Unfortunately, the pill formulas that you have are... He didn't finish his sentence. As a loud thud came, the gigantic black ball exploded downstairs. A skinny silhouette shot up like a dragon, soaring into the sky. Old man Morong, it's too early for you to celebrate. In the next second, a golden fist shadow smashed at Morong he hard. P.S. Chapter 4. There's one more chapter. Chapter 297. What? He's fine? They looked at the golden silhouette that was like a rainbow. Shock appeared on their faces. They were so shocked that their eyeballs were going to fall out of their sockets. How is that possible? The smile on Morong, his face froze. He realized that something was wrong when he sensed the golden fist shadow coming at him. He performed the wind manipulation method immediately in an attempt to dodge it. Bang! The golden fist shadow landed on his back. Morong, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying to the ground. At that moment, there was dead silence at the scene. Zhang Mingqi and the rest looked rather pale and shocked as they watched the blood that filled the air. Initially, they thought that Yi Chun would definitely die from Morong he spell earlier. Never had they thought that not only was he fine, but he even broke the big black ball and threw Morong he out with a single punch. That brat is so powerful. Huasisi looked dumbstruck. Hua Yushan covered her mouth immediately when he heard that. He could not get rid of the shock inside of him. Tui, Morong he who was thrown onto the ground, spat another mouthful of blood out. He subsequently stood up from the ground and looked at Yi Chun with disbelief in his eyes. Aren't you a spell master? How can you have such powerful strength? If he had not dodged in time earlier, it would have been difficult for him to survive after taking 20% of Yi Chen's punch's force. Who told you that I'm a spell master? Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back and looked down at him in a condescending manner. Morong, he was stunned at first. Subsequently, he recalled something and shock filled his face. Why, you're a dual cultivator of spells and martial arts. Why, you're a martial Dao master too. Everyone's expression changed as soon as he was done speaking. The people's expressions changed at the same time. Dual cultivators of spells and martial arts referred to a person cultivating martial Dao and spells at the same time. They would have double combat strength, allowing them to attack from a distance and fight in close combat. However, that was just a legend. One should not bite off more than one could chew. After all, a person's energy was limited. One would have to spend their entire life cultivating martial Dao or spells. Why would one choose such a path? Martial Dao Master? Illuminating God. Zhang Mingqi almost fainted. She could not accept the waves of shock that Yi Chen brought to her at the moment. Before this, he thought that Yi Chun was merely a spell master who was on peak stage Dao entry. Never had he thought that Yi Chun would break his fire consolidation method after fighting Morong and send him flying with a punch. How is this possible? Zhang Haoshuan, who had mocked Yi Chen repeatedly earlier, turned pale at that moment. He was in disbelief. No one was more shocked than Huasisi. Dad, that kid, oh no, is he really a martial Dao master? A martial Dao Grand Master was a legendary existence. She had never seen one in her life. I'm afraid so. Hua Yushan closed his eyes as his emotions surged. The existence that he had spent his entire life pursuing was now right in front of him, and it was a young man who was not even 30 years old. Humph. Morong, his expression changed a few times. He chuckled all of a sudden. Yi Chen So what if you're really a dual cultivator of spells and martial arts? I haven't even used my full strength yet. What other techniques do you have? Use them all. Yi Qin gave a short response. His expression was extremely cold, and no one could tell what he was feeling at all. Toxic dragon miasma, open up! Morong, he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Subsequently, he slapped the green dragon-headed walking stick that he always carried with him. As a crack was heard, the handle broke. A rainbow-colored mist quickly floated out from the crutch, like a rainbow. The rainbow-colored mist gathered more and more, and finally, it soared into the sky like a rainbow-colored dragon. In the end, it covered the sky and the earth, like a rainbow-colored cloud enveloping the earth. It's the toxic dragon miasma. Zhang Mingqi, who was in the crowd, had a change of expression. The little girl from the Zhang family is quite knowledgeable. Morong, he smiled proudly upon realizing that someone recognized the seven-colored mist. That's right. It's the toxic dragon miasma. Sister, what's the toxic dragon miasma? Zhang Haoshuan asked. Zhang Mingqi took a deep breath in and said, Legend has it that there's a toxic dragon stream deep in the old Lingnan forest. There's seven-colored miasma lingering there all year round. It's said that a toxic dragon cultivates there, and the miasma is released by it. Ordinary people would die from just one whiff of it. Their bodies would even turn into thick water. It's appalling. She was from the Zhang family of Wannan. She had been exposed to all sorts of medical knowledge since she was young. She could identify tens of thousands of herbs, as well as all sorts of miasma, poisonous gas, and mirage. The most famous one was the toxic dragon miasma. The people's expressions changed one after another. They retreated a few steps back at the same time. However, the miasma above their heads was just too huge. They could not avoid it. Someone could not help but say, feeling like crying, Old Master Morong, please don't drag us into the grudge between you and Yi Qin. Don't be afraid, everyone, Zhang Mingqi said while smiling at the critical moment. My family of Wannan has an antidote. You won't be poisoned as long as you consume it. She took out a purple gourd as she spoke. She poured out blue medicinal pills one after another and gave them to the people. They were only relieved after everyone consumed it. They said in gratitude, Ms. Zhang, you're really kind. Now we can watch old Master Morong and the rest fight from a close distance. Zhang Mingqi secretly scoffed. Among everyone present, Yi Chen was the only one who had not consumed the antidote. The reason why she did that was that she wanted everyone to witness what would happen to him. Ha, Yi, I'd like to see how you're going to deal with the toxic dragon miasma. Yi Qin, you've seen what I'm capable of. I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the pill formula and destroy your cultivation base. I'll consider leaving your body in one piece. Morong, he laughed out loud, feeling proud of himself. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Do you really think that you can hurt me with this mere miasma? Humph, you're so stubborn. Morong, his smile turned cold. Subsequently, he performed a hand seal and lifted his arm to attack Yi Qin. Die! As his voice fell, the seven-colored, poisonous cloud above his head turned into a hurricane and pressed down on Yi Qin, who was fast. You're still not dead? Zhang Mingqi could not help but scoff upon seeing that. She seemed to have envisioned Yi Qin turning into a pool of blood after being surrounded by the miasma. What a pity! Many people shook their heads. When the hurricane that was formed by the poisonous cloud was about to approach Yi Qin, he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked hard. A tremendous suction force came from his mouth. The next moment, the hurricane became much thinner. It turned into a seven-colored airflow and was sucked into Yi Chen's mouth. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was completely fine. What? Everyone rubbed their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Murong He and Zhang Mingqi exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with deep shock. He actually inhaled the toxic dragon miasma in one breath? Is he still human? Hui Yushan and his daughter were terrified. Yi Chen looked at Murong He wryly. Your technique is much more powerful than Murong Yang's. Unfortunately, it's useless on me. Why you? Murong He was shocked and enraged. Now it's my turn. Yi Chen chuckled and opened his mouth again. A 7-colored mist was spat out of his mouth. I'll let you guys have a taste of the so-called toxic dragon miasma. Haha, have you forgotten that I've taken the antidote pill? Murong He scoffed by instinct and allowed the 7-colored airflow to attack him. Zhang Mingqi stood where she was and shook her head. She thought that Yi Chen was a fool. However, in the next second, she suddenly felt an itch on her face. She stretched her arm and scratched it immediately. A piece of flesh with skin on it was scratched off. She was stunned. Subsequently, she let out an extremely terrifying and devastating shriek. Ah. Chapter 298. Genius Nanny in the City Chapter 298. How dare you kill me? City Romance Jikikums. Add a bookmark. Chapter 298. How dare you kill me? Part 1. Ah. I've been poisoned. Zhang Mingqi shrieked in an extremely high-pitched voice as she looked at the bloody mess in her hand. Didn't I take the antidote earlier? How did I get poisoned? Impossible. Her face was filled with disbelief. Zhang Haoxuan's fate wasn't much better than hers. His face was full of bumps and hollows like bloody holes. The rest retreated aside by instinct when they saw the 7-colored poisonous smoke coming, so they were not poisoned. However, everyone looked at the duo in fear. Why your faces? Zhang Zijian looked at them as if he was looking at a ghost. Ghost! Ghost! Huasisi was so scared that she handed it over. Zhang Mingqi and Zhang Haoxuan were just too terrifying at the moment. Aside from the thick water that was flowing out of their faces, their flesh was peeling off as they scratched. At the same time, Murong He, who was in the air, saw that too. He had a blank expression on his face. Subsequently, he felt his body beginning to itch. The itch was unbearable, as if 10,000 ants were crawling on his body. His hair began to fall off, followed by his scalp. Impossible, this is impossible. Murong He shrieked in devastation as fear filled his face. I've clearly taken the antidote. How did this happen? Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They could not help but rejoice in their hearts. Haha. Yi Chen smiled calmly. That's because I changed the toxicity of your so-called toxic dragon miasma a little when I swallowed it. You know how to use poison too. Murong, he snapped back to his senses. He looked extremely shocked. That's right. This brat must know how to use poison. Otherwise, why would he be fine after swallowing the toxic dragon miasma? Instead, he changed the toxicity of the toxic dragon miasma. It was useless, even though they had taken the toxic dragon pill. Everyone looked at Yi Chen with fear in their eyes. It was one thing for him to defeat Murong, he with both magic and martial arts. But even the toxic dragon miasma could not do anything to him. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. / Did it have to be so terrifying? Plop. At that moment, Zhang Haoxuan knelt hard onto the ground. He scratched his body while kowtowing to Yi Chen like he was pounding garlic. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I was a snob. I failed to recognize you. Please save me. I don't want to die, he cried as he cowed out. Like a dead dog, Zhang Mingqi knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you again and again. I hope you can save me for the sake of the Zhang family in Wannan. No one was not afraid of death. Even she was no exception. Her heart was filled with deep regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have looked at Yi Chen with such arrogance. He would not have wanted to watch him die coldly. The people at the scene were completely dumbfounded to see the duo kneeling on the ground just like that. One must know that the Zhang family in Huanan was known as the national medical family. They had been passed down for up to 100 years and were proficient in medical skills. However, they were bowing before Yi Chen at that moment. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back, facing the duo's apology. His expression was extremely cold. Zhang family in Huanan? What's that? Why you? Zhang Haoshuan shrieked in rage. He wanted to stand up by instinct, but in the next second his body fell hard onto the ground and turned into a pool of blood. No, I don't want to die. Zhang Mingqi shrieked in fear and subsequently turned into a pool of blood. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths as they blankly stared at the scene before them. It was such a tragic death. Morong, he was the only one left who was poisoned. At that moment, he was suppressing the poison with his profound cultivation base. He said, while stammering, Yi Chen, I won't fight you anymore. As long as you give me the antidote, I won't hold you accountable for killing my young. He panicked now. There was no trace of the imposing manner from before. However, an extremely vicious gleam flashed through the depths of his eyes. The hatred he had for Yi Chen was growing. As long as I escape this calamity, I'll use all my strength to tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. He had made up his mind to bow down to Yi Chen first. He would think of a way after he had saved his life. With his connections, he could call a few powerhouses of the same level to attack Yi Chen. Yi Chen would definitely die. As his voice fell, everyone was in an uproar. Did Murong He, who was on illuminating God, abandon his dignity and beg Yi Chen to spare his life? The members of the Murong family were in despair. The most powerful person in the Murong family was now like a dog. To Murong He, Yi Chen was looking at him with a mysterious smile on his face. Yi Chen, oh no, Seiji, as long as you give me the antidote, I'm willing to give you all of the Murong family's assets. I've cultivated quite a lot over the years. I'm even willing to be your dog. Murong He's heart sank. He raised the price again. You talk too much nonsense. Yi Chen chuckled softly and took a step out. He charged directly at Murong He. What I hate the most in my life is people threatening me. Murong He wanted to run by instinct. However, he realized that the poison would spread as soon as he activated his cultivation method. He could not help but be enraged. How dare you kill me? Bang! Yi Chen said nothing. Reminder: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Instead, he punched Murong He's chest. In the chest. As a loud thud was heard, Murong He was punched into the ground, creating a huge crater. His eyes were wide open, and there was still resentment lingering on his face. In the next second, his body turned into a pool of blood. Uncle! Old master! Some of the members of the Murong family were devastated. They could hardly believe it. The pillar of the Murong family had died, just like that. The place fell into dead silence. The people who were watching were as quiet as cicadas in winter. They dared not make a sound at all, but the shock in their eyes lingered. They thought Murong He would definitely win the battle, and there would be no suspense at all. Never had they thought that Murong He would die in the end. Moreover, he had died from his own toxic dragon, miasma. He killed Uncle. Let's fight him. A member of the Murong family shouted and glared at Yi Chen in resentment. However, nobody responded to him. Die! Yi Chen pointed his finger at him. His body exploded into a bloody mist. The people were shocked again. They could not help but secretly curse that person earlier for being an idiot. Can't you see that Murong He is dead? How dare you overestimate yourself and try to fight him? Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at all the members of the Murong family. Who else wants to die? Stand out. As soon as he said that, everyone from the Murong family held their heads down, not daring to look at him. An old man from the Murong family stood out and said while shaking, Seiji, Morong, he was the one who caused this. It has nothing to do with most of the people in the Morong family. Now that the culprit is dead, please don't start a massacre. Yi Chen said nothing. His expression was cold. The old man clenched his teeth and knelt before Yi Chen. As long as you don't destroy my family is willing to acknowledge you as our master. We'll respect you as the master of Ganzhou. As soon as he was done speaking, everyone from the Morong family knelt onto the ground. All the members of the Morong family knelt on the ground in unison, were willing to acknowledge spiritual Master Yi as our master. Thud, thud, thud. In the next second, the people who were watching also knelt on one knee and said in unison, "We're willing to respect you as the master of Ganzhou." P.S. Also be patient. Chapter 299. We're willing to respect spiritual Master Yi as the ruler of Gan province. The hundreds of people present shouted these words in unison. Their voices were like rolling thunder, vast and mighty. Under such a voice, Huasisi's expression was very complicated. She couldn't help but look at the voice that stood proudly in the sky. She only felt that the other party was like an emperor who accepted the worship of everyone. Was this the existence that he had looked down on the way here? Little did they know. He was nothing in the other party's eyes. Thinking of this, her face turned pale. Suddenly, she did not dare to look directly at Yi Chen's radiance. Hua Yushan, who practiced the Hua clan's tantric fist, was shaken to the core. He exhaled a mouthful of murky air. From now on, Gan province will no longer belong to the Morong clan, but to the Yi clan. In one battle, the Morong family had to bow their heads. In just one battle, all the big shots in Gan province had submitted to him. There was nothing more shocking than this. Yi Chen had no expression on his face facing the people's cheers. Instead, he landed on the ground and looked at the old man from the Morong clan who spoke earlier. "Where's Yushasha?" "It's in the backyard. I'll take you there." The old man jolted and led Yi Chen into the Morong residence immediately. He was secretly glad that Yi Chen was here. Fortunately, they did not do anything extreme to Sha. Otherwise, they would have died, including the garden and other facilities. The entire Morong family's house was about 1,000 square meters, which was equivalent to the size of an ordinary high school. The distance between the Morong family's backyard and the Morong family's front door was 10 minutes on foot, and they also had to pass through a lot of greenery. In the backyard of the Morong family, Morong Shui hadn't left since she'd entered. "She'd been talking to you, Sha, the entire time." Yu Sha subconsciously asked, "Sister Shui, what's that sound?" "I don't know." Morong Shui glanced outside. She wanted to leave, but she was worried that the two big men guarding the door wouldn't let her in. "Could it be Yi Chen who's here?" Yu Sha said weakly while biting her lip. She had a faint hope in her heart. "He? Do you think that's possible?" Morong Shui chuckled and said angrily, "I've already said that he's no match for Morong He. There's no way he would have the guts to come. Furthermore, their battle is the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Yu Shasha's face paled. Morong Shui couldn't bear to see her like this. She comforted her, "Don't panic. I'll think of a way to get you out of here." Although she said that, she didn't have much hope in her heart. After all, she was only a branch of the Morong family. "Sister Shui," Yu Sha suddenly looked at her. If I die, can you not tell my family? My parents will. If they ask, just tell them that I went abroad to study. Don't worry, you'll be fine." Morong Shui had completely lost control of her emotions. She hugged her and began to sob. Wiping her tears, Yu Sha forced a smile. "I'm afraid that my parents won't be able to take it if they know that I'm dead." "It's all Ye's fault. If not for him, you wouldn't have been dragged into this," Morong Shui cursed while crying. She hated Yi Chen to death. At this moment, a faint voice came from outside. "That's right, it's indeed my fault." Hearing this, the two girls were stunned. Then the door opened and a skinny figure walked in with his hands behind his back looking at the two of them with a smile. Murong Shui and Yu Shasha's eyes widened. Yi Qin. Yu Shasha rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yi Qin chuckled softly. That's me. I'm sorry to have startled you. However, Murong Shui did not think too much about it. Her expression changed as she said immediately, Yi Qin, quick, take Shasha away. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to untie the rope on Yu Shasha's body. Her actions were very hurried, for fear of wasting even a second. Yi Qin did not move at all. She couldn't help but say angrily, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me untie Shasha's rope. Take her away and run. If someone finds out, none of you will be able to escape. She thought Yi Qin had secretly killed the people guarding the door to save Yu Shasha, while the Murong clan was not paying attention. Why are you running? She's safe now. Yi Qin smiled lightly and waved his arm. The rope on Yu Shasha was untied automatically. Just as Murong Shui was about to say something, she suddenly saw an old man in a traditional Chinese robe walk in. Swoosh! Her face instantly turned pale. This was because she recognized the old man as Murong Yen. In the entire Murong clan, his status was second only to Murong He. She fell to the ground with a thud. It's over. This time no one could escape. Beside her, Yu Shasha also had a look of despair. However, the next moment, the old man bowed and clasped his fists at Yi Qin. He said, Master, although we captured Ms. Yu Shasha, we didn't torture her. Seeing this scene, the two women were instantly dumbfounded. He was the number 2 person in the Murong clan, yet he was so respectful to Yi Qin. Weren't they mortal enemies? Murong Shui stammered, A master. Not bad. Murong Yen nodded and said in all seriousness, The Murong clan has acknowledged Seiji as our master. He then added, By the way, Murong He has committed many evil deeds and almost brought disaster to the Murong clan. Master has already killed him. As soon as he said that, Murong Shui and Yu Shasha were dumbfounded. I'm really sorry that you've been locked up for so long because of me. Let's go and have dinner. Yi Qin smiled at Yu Shasha. At the dining table, Yi Qin sat in the main seat while Su Yuhan sat next to him. She was carrying Meng Meng in her arms. He had seized the opportunity to pick up the mother and daughter earlier. All of the Murong clan's upper echelons were there, with careful expressions on their faces. Murong Shui and Yu Shasha were dumbstruck the entire time, facing the scrumptious dishes on the table. Until now, they still could not believe what had happened. Murong Shui, in particular, felt her heart pounding. Yi Qin had killed Murong He. He had even made the Murong clan yield, and all the bosses in Ganzhou submit to him. Everything that had happened had crushed her psychological defense completely. Murong Yen handed over a document and said with a smile, Master, this document is the property transfer legal document that my Murong family has entrusted the Shiming law firm to set up. It contains all of my Murong family's property. All you need to do is sign it, and all of my Murong family's property and income will belong to you. As soon as he was done speaking, countless people from the Murong clan were devastated. Murong Yen was heartbroken too. One must know that the Murong clan had hundreds of companies under them. They had been in business for so many years. They had become a financial group with hundreds of billions of assets. Now, all of that had gone to someone else. Clatter! Murong Shui was so shocked that her chopsticks fell onto the ground. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Yi Qin glanced at it and subsequently nodded. He said to Meng Meng, who was in his embrace, while smiling, My dear daughter, Daddy will give you 100 billion, okay? Daddy, how much is 100 billion? Meng Meng's mouth was covered in oil from eating. She said while blinking, How many spicy gluten and ice cream can I buy with that? The people were speechless to hear that. Su Yuhan took a tissue and wiped her mouth. She said angrily, Look at how fat you are. You still know how to eat. Yi Qin was slightly stunned. Subsequently, he said in between tears and laughter, I can buy a lot of them. You won't be able to finish them anyway. Sure, Daddy. Meng Meng was elated. Yi Chen nodded and picked up the document and pen. He held the little girl's hand and signed the name, Yi Meng Meng. He even pressed his fingerprint on it. He said, while smiling, "Remember, if anyone says that you're poor in the future, tell them that you've inherited 100 billion and that you're a rich lady." Dead silence filled the place. Morong Shue's eyeballs almost popped out. That's all of the Morong clan's assets. It's up to 100 billion, and you're giving it to a kid just like that? Must you be so stubborn? Chapter 300. The genius stay-at-home dad is in the city. Chapter 300. Didn't you hear me asking you to get lost? Third update, urban romance, Jikikums. Add a bookmark. Recommend book. Didn't you hear me asking you to get lost? I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? At the dining table, everyone was dumbstruck. The people were dumbstruck. Nobody had expected Yi Chen to transfer hundreds of billions of the Morong family's assets to his daughter. Even Su Yuhan was no exception. At that moment, everyone had mixed feelings. Morong Shue, in particular, could not hide the envy in her eyes when she looked at Meng Meng. She was not even 5 years old, was she not? She was already a billionaire. If her assets were exposed, she could enter the Forbes richest women list directly. It would be a piece of cake for her to top the list. However, Yi Chen ignored the people's stares. Instead, he looked at Yushasha and said, "What did you study in university?" "Business administration and finance." Yushasha was stunned. She asked, "What's wrong?" "I've implicated you because of me. To apologize, I'll give you 2 options now." Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, "Firstly, I'll give you 100 million yuan directly as compensation for your psychological damage. Secondly, you'll be in charge of the Morong family." What did you say?" Yu Shasha was stunned. She was not the only one. The rest were shocked too. Morong Yen forced a smile. Yi Chen was trying to make the Lu family a mere figurehead. He did not trust them after all. However, deep down he did not think much of it. Although he was loyal to Yi Chen now, it did not mean that he could accept a girl who knew nothing climbing over his head. Morong Shue was so shocked that she almost screamed. Clearly, she did not expect Yi Chen to make such a decision. Subsequently, she felt a little indignant. Why? Why are you only giving benefits to Yushasha and not me? I've helped you after all. In terms of ability and shrewdness, I'm stronger than Yushasha. Yi Chen said nothing. He was only looking at Yushasha. Reminder: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading. He had come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. He needed a representative. Although the Morong family had surrendered, he definitely couldn't hand it over to the Morong family's own people to manage. Since he didn't know many people in Gan province, after much consideration, he still chose Yu Shasha. He wasn't afraid that Yu Shasha wasn't capable and wouldn't submit to the masses, but he was afraid that Yu Shasha wouldn't accept him. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Yu Shasha shook her head and said, "I won't choose any of them." As soon as he said that, everyone was astonished. Even Su Yuhan could not help but look at her with interest. Yi Chen said coldly, "Why?" Yu Shasha bit her lip and said, "Yi Chen, I admit that I'm tempted by the 100 million yuan, and I'm tempted to take over the Morong clan. I know that you're trying to compensate me, but there's no need for that. I'm not someone who expects favors from others, and I know my limits." At this point, she smiled sweetly again. "If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a good meal." Hearing this, Morong Shue was over the moon. She wanted to stand up by instinct and tell Yi Chen that she could do it. "I choose you." However, Yi Chen made the decision while looking at Yushasha. He turned his head to look at Morong Yen next to him after saying that. He pointed at Yushasha and said, "He'll be my representative from now on. You guys must listen to him and don't resist. If you can't do it at all, there's no need for the Morong clan to exist anymore." Murong Yen secretly jolted upon sensing the coldness in his words. He said immediately, "We'll definitely support her. Don't worry." Murong Shue was so mad that she almost bled when she saw Yushasha become the Murong clan leader without even realizing it. She wanted to ask Yi Qin why, but she did not have the courage to do so. After the meal, a member of the Murong clan walked in quickly and said respectfully, "Master, there are a lot of Gan Province's big shots outside who want to see you." Oh right, they also brought a lot of gifts. One of them even brought 1,000-year-old ginseng. "Tell them that I'm busy. Get them to leave the things behind." Yi Chen carried the little girl and did not even turn his head. He added at the end of his sentence, "Those who brought the 1,000-year-old ginseng can stay." The person walked out after being stunned for a moment. Yi Chen then looked at Murong Yen. "Where's the spiritual medicine mountain?" "It's in Longnan." Murong Yen was secretly shocked. Clearly, he thought that Yi Chan was going to attack the spiritual medicine mountain. "Yi Chen, are you going to Longnan?" Su Yuhan, who was standing aside, said rather unhappily while frowning. They had agreed to return to Tiannan to get married after settling the matters with the Ghost Rider sect. However, this guy had made things worse. Men are all pigs. Yi Chen was not sure whether to laugh or cry upon hearing her complaint. He said, "Someone owes me something, so I'm going there to collect the debt." He had to go to the spiritual medicine mountain. He wanted to see if there were any herbs that he could use in the only alchemy sect left in China. Moreover, was it that easy to go back on his word? Murong Yen left with his people after telling Yi Chen more about the spiritual medicine mountain, leaving the space for Yi Chen's family. On the other hand, Murong Shue stayed behind on purpose. After Yushasha left, she turned her head to look at Yi Chen with a conflicted expression. She said weakly, "Actually, I can take over the Murong clan." She had been holding that in for a long time. Nobody would be willing to be under someone else. Tip: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading, / moreover it was her. No matter where she was, Yushasha was worse than her. Although they were best friends, she, Murong Shue, was always the one making the decisions. Now, her best friend was above her all of a sudden. How was she supposed to take it? Therefore, she stayed behind Yushasha's back on purpose. She wanted Yi Chen to change his mind. However, Yi Chen gave a short response and said in a neutral tone, "I know. You may leave now." Murong Shue was slightly stunned. She said again, unwilling to give up, "Shasha can't control the Murong clan's elders, but I can. You really should consider it." She could not help but feel rather proud as she spoke to this point. "I asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear me?" Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at her, his voice extremely cold. Murong Shue frowned. I admit that no matter if it's your character, ability, or appearance, you're more powerful than Yushasha. Not just a little bit more powerful." Yi Chen chuckled softly. His gaze was extremely deep. "But so what? I don't like you. Your so-called schemes are just petty tricks to me. Yi Chen, don't want capable people. I want people who listen to me." "I can," Murong Shue said immediately. "You can't." Yi Chen interrupted her, his smile rather cold. "In the entire Ganzhou, only you and Yushasha are close to me. However, when I killed Murongyang and the Murong clan came after me, Yushasha was the only one who got hurt. You were safe. Don't tell me that you're safe because you're from the Murong clan. Don't think that I don't know what role you played in this." Murong Shue panicked a little when she met his gaze. She looked around. In reality, on the day that Yi Chen was exposed as the murderer, Murong Shue wanted to betray Yi Chen to get the opportunity to enter the Murong clan's upper echelon. However, she ended up dragging Yushasha into this instead. She smiled bitterly and walked out without saying a word. Under Yi Chen's stare, she felt that she had no secrets at all. He was right. Her shrewdness was just petty tricks to him. Petty tricks. After she left, Yichin called Morongyan over and asked, "Where's the person who brought the 1,000-year-old ginseng?" Chapter 301. In the living room of the Morong family. Suimeng Xiaosua said. 2 figures sat on the sofa, looking out of the living room from time to time. There was some nervousness and apprehension between their brows. They were Hui Yushan and his daughter. Huasisi stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. She was very restless. Eventually, she could not help but look at Hui Yushan, who was standing aside. "Dad, what do you mean by yi? He took our 1,000-year-old ginseng, but he didn't come out for half a day." "Watch your words, watch your words." Hui Yushan looked outside the house immediately. He glared at her when he saw that there was no one around. Spiritual Master Yi is not only a martial Tao master, but he's also an illuminating God spell master. You can't be so rude. Only then did Huasisi stop talking and mumbled. "Do you think that Yi is trying to deny us that 1,000-year-old ginseng?" One had to know that the 1,000-year-old ginseng was an heirloom of the Hua family's dojo. Hui Yushan treasured it so much that he never let anyone touch it. He couldn't bear to eat it even when he was injured from sparring. Just when Hui Yushan was going to speak, he suddenly looked out of the living room. He saw Yichin walking over. "I'm sorry to have kept you guys waiting." No. Hui Yushan hurriedly smiled. Huasisi secretly curled her lips. Yichin said while smiling calmly after getting him to take a seat, "I wonder where you got the 1,000-year-old ginseng from, Master Hua?" "It's a family heirloom. It's said that the 3rd generation of the Hua family won it in a martial arts competition abroad," Hui Yushan explained. Yichin nodded and went straight to the point. "Since Master Hui gave me the ancestral item, I'm sure there's something you need my help with. Just tell me." A 1,000-year-old herb was extremely rare even in the cultivation world, let alone on Earth. Moreover, even if he had the immortal drift bottle, it would take a long time to cultivate a 1,000-year-old herb. Hui Yushan stood up and clasped his fists at Yichin. He said in all seriousness, "If I'm not mistaken, Seiji is the number 1 in China, the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. Mad Southern Yi." As soon as he said that, Huasisi was stunned and stammered, "Dad, what did you say?" He's Mad Southern Yi." It was no wonder she was so shocked. The world only knew the name of Mad Southern Yi, but they did not know that his real name was Yichin. Moreover, Yichin had always been active in Tiannan, Jiangbei, and Beijing. He met their gazes. Yichin smiled lightly and silently admitted it. "Rumor has it that Mad Southern Yi is only 30 years old and likes to exterminate families. It seems like it's true." Hui Yushan sighed softly. Huasisi's face immediately turned red. After hearing that Yichin was Mad Southern Yi, she suddenly felt very shy, as if she was facing her idol at a close distance. "I like exterminating entire families?" Yichin was between laughter and tears when he heard that. Hui Yushan took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Yi, I've been stuck below the innate stage for a very long time. Today, I'll be thick-skinned and ask for guidance from you. Are you trying to break through to the innate stage and become a martial Tao master?" Yichin glanced at him and came to a realization when he noticed that his cultivation base was at the peak of illuminating pulse. Hui Yushan immediately nodded. This was the lifelong determination of every martial artist. Yichin chuckled softly. "It's not impossible for you to break through to the innate stage, but you have to promise me something. Please tell me what it is, Mr. Yi." Joy flashed through Hui Yushan's face. "If I help you break through to martial Tao master, you'll be the Morong clan's advisor and help me support you, Sha. The time limit is 10 years. You can stay or leave after 10 years, Yichin said. I'm willing. Hui Yushan agreed to it, almost without thinking about it. 10 years. Only 10 years. Not only could he become a martial Tao master, but he could also enjoy the Morong clan's advisor. It was such a great deal that nobody would reject. "Can you really help my dad break through?" Huasisi looked surprised. Yi Qin smiled, and a red medicinal pill appeared in his hand. This is the Martial Alliance's breakthrough pill. I don't think I need to tell you about its effect, do I? What? Hua Yushan was shocked and in slight disbelief. Is it the medicinal pill that can help an illuminating pulse martial artist break through to the innate stage instantly? You'll know after you eat it. Yi Qin smiled. With a flick of his finger, the medicinal pill landed in his hand. Although such a medicinal pill was nothing to him, it was no different from a magical pill to others. Hua Yushan swallowed it in excitement as soon as he took it. Subsequently, he felt the medicinal pill turn into an extremely pure energy that flowed into his body. Perhaps because the energy was too violent, it directly tore through his clothes, and his skin also cracked into countless wounds. Dad, Hua Cece's expression changed. Don't worry, he's just too eager for success. Yi Qin shook his head and flicked his finger. Spiritual energy shot into Hua Yushan's body, suppressing the violent energy in his body. Over 20 minutes later, as the sound of beans being fried came, a shocking energy exploded from Hua Yushan's body all of a sudden. The white hair on his head turned from white to black, while the wrinkles on his face faded away slowly. If he looked like he was 50 years old earlier, he looked like a hunk in his 30s at the moment. Ha ha ha! Hua Yushan opened his eyes, and a gleam shot out of them. His aura was shocking, and he could not hide the elation on his face. Dad, you broke through? Hua Cece was pleasantly surprised. Hua Yushan nodded and turned his head to bow at Yi Qin in all seriousness. He said while clasping his fists, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Yi. What you've done is no different from giving me a new lease on life. I'll definitely keep my promise." Meanwhile, a storm was set off in his heart. What Yi Chen did was equivalent to creating a martial Dao master. Didn't that mean that he could create even more? For example, 10, 100, or even 1,000. At that time, how terrifying would that be? Not to mention 1,000, even if 100 grandmasters joined forces and flew directly to Japan, it would be enough to sink the country. Of course, this was only in theory. Although martial Dao grandmasters were powerful, they were still afraid of missiles. However, he was overthinking. Yi Qin only had a few breakthrough pills with him, and they were obtained from the Martial Alliance's treasure vault. Although he could refine them, he lacked the materials. Furthermore, the zone-breaking pill could only be used on illuminating pulse experts. It would not be easy for him to find hundreds of loyal illuminating pulse experts in such a short time. Hua Cece was equally grateful. "Grandmaster Yi, thank you." "You're welcome. I'm just taking what I need." Yi Qin shook his head and said, "You and your daughter can move to the Morong residence from now on. You can bring your dojo here too." Hua Yushan nodded in agreement. At the same time, at the spiritual medicine mountain, Yao Bingyue stared blankly at the video on her phone. The video showed Yi Qin fighting Morong He until he killed Morong He. Clatter! Her body jolted, and her phone dropped onto the ground. Her face was pale and filled with intense fear. "Morong, he is dead." One must know that he was an illuminating god expert, just like her grandfather. Since Yi Chen could kill him, did that not mean that he could kill her grandfather too? A strong sense of regret emerged in his heart. "Morong, he is dead. He'll definitely come for me." Her face was getting paler as she thought to this point. Subsequently, it was replaced by a smirk again. "My spiritual medicine mountain has a registration technique. Even if he comes, he can't do anything to me. P.S. There's one more chapter. ETA, 12:30 p.m. Chapter 302. The second day after Morong family's matters were settled, Yi Qin walked out of the Morong residence with the mother and daughter. There was a red Renault Sherpa parked at the entrance. The car looked very mechanical. Yi Qin could not help but be surprised. One must know that although such a car only cost over 2 million yuan, it was the standard off-road vehicle for NATO troops. It even shocked the world at the Dakar rally. Yu Shasha said while standing aside, "Brother Yi, if you guys are going to Longnan, the mountain roads won't be easy. Just drive these 2 off-road vehicles." Ever since Yi Chun appointed her to manage the Morong clan yesterday, the girl had shown a side of her that she had never shown before. Although she was still a little immature, Yi Chun thought highly of her. There were old people in the Morong clan who were not convinced. However, when Hui Yushan unleashed his master's aura, everyone had to be convinced. "Thanks." Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. He carried Meng Meng and sat in the car while Yu Wushuang sat in the passenger seat. After everyone was seated, Yu Sha was a little reluctant all of a sudden. "Brother Yi, are you guys coming back?" "No, we'll go to Lanzhou directly." Yi Chun shook his head. Yu Sha said with red eyes, "Brother Yi, Sister Su, Brother Wushuang, you guys must come back to visit me when you're free. I can visit you guys too." "Sure." Yi Chun nodded and drove away after starting the car. Yu Sha watched the car drive away and was in a daze. "Brother Yi, I know that we're not from the same world. I also know that you gave me everything that I have today. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. I'll strive to be one step closer to you." To be honest, the off-road vehicle that Yu Sha gave him was extraordinarily stable. As soon as Yi Chun drove out of the suburbs of Longxi County, the road became much more bumpy. However, the people in the car still felt like they were driving on flat ground. Su Yuhan, on the other hand, covered her mouth, feeling rather uncomfortable. "What's wrong? Carsick?" Yi Chun stopped and turned his head to ask. "A little. I'm not sure if it's because it's a new car, but I can't shake the stench in the car," Su Yuhan said while looking pale. Noticing that her mother was uncomfortable, the little girl took out a tangerine and said obediently, "Here, have a tangerine, Mommy." "Give me your hand," Yi Chun said while smiling. "What happened?" Su Yuhan was stunned, but she extended her hand to him anyway. Yi Chun held her soft little hand and lowered his head to kiss it. "All right, you won't get carsick now." "Die." Su Yuhan was so angry that she almost slapped him. "I'm already in this state, and you still have the mood to take advantage of me and joke with me." Besides, Wu Shuang is still watching from the side. But in the next moment, she discovered that a warm current flowed from the back of her hand into her body. When it reached her chest, the previous nausea disappeared. Yi Chun said while smiling, "Do you believe me now?" "Scram!" Su Yuhan glared at him angrily. "Drive your car properly. I'll call my parents first and ask them how they're doing." Yi Chun could only start the engine again. He found out from Morong Yen that the spiritual medicine mountain was located in Ganlu town in the Longnan County. On the map, it was more than 500 miles away from Longxi. However, based on the exact route, it should be more than 800 miles away. The spiritual medicine mountain had been in Ganlu town since 200 years ago due to their expertise in refining medicinal pills and medicine. They had a high prestige in the local area. Anyone who walked out of the spiritual medicine mountain was treated as an immortal, a living god. Although they only lived in a small town, they were famous in the entire China. In reality, that was the reality of the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, cultivators would stay away from the secular world and hide in the famous mountains and rivers. Peace and quiet were secondary, but the main reason was that there were many trees in the forest. In terms of spiritual energy, it was much more abundant than in the secular world. The Murong clan was an example. Their influence covered the entire Ganzhou, but they settled their ancestral home in a county and organized a medicinal pill exchange. All the bosses in Ganzhou came all the way here. Yi Chen's car drove into a small town when it was close to past 10 am, recalling that Su Yuhan and Meng Meng had not had breakfast before they left. Yi Chen parked the car at the entrance of a restaurant. He went to the gas station to refuel after the mother and daughter had eaten. Uft! Just when Yi Chen parked the car at the gas station, a piece of chewing gum floated over. Yi Chen lifted his arm and waved, and the piece of chewing gum fell onto the ground. He looked in the direction where the chewing gum came from with a grim expression. He saw a Land Rover Range Rover parked in front of him. There was an old man in Armani and a Chinese tunic suit in the car. The young man's back was facing him. Seeming to have sensed Yi Chen's gaze, the young man peeked his head out of the car window to look at Yi Chen. He exclaimed, "Yo, I can't believe I saw a Renault Sherpa in this lousy place." He could not help but ask Yi Chen as he spoke to this point, "Brat, where did you get it?" Yi Chen looked away and did not look at him anymore. The young man was rather pissed that he ignored him. He wanted to get out of the car by instinct, but the old man in the Chinese tunic suit next to him said in his deep voice, "Young Master Yang, don't be a busybody." Only then did young Master Yang close the car door with a curse. The Renault Sherpa wasn't worth much, especially in the eyes of the Yang family. He was just surprised. Soon his tank was full. He started the engine and drove out. Yi Chen drove to the fuel depot and filled it with 60 liters of fuel. In fact, he had an idea. Should he knock out the staff at the gas station and collect some gasoline to store in his storage ring for backup? But after thinking about it, he decided not to. After filling up the tank, Yi Chen drove out of the gas station and headed to the mountain road that led to Longnan. At that moment, a Land Rover drove over from behind and drove side by side with him. The young man from before peeked his head out of the car and gave Yi Chen the middle finger. "Brat, do you dare to race with me?" He was upset that Yi Chen ignored him earlier. He initially thought that they would part ways at the gas station. Never had he thought that they would go the same way. Thus, he couldn't help but feel competitive. Hearing this, the old man beside him spoke up once more. "Young Master Yang, don't worry about it, Mr. Wan. I'm just competing with him in terms of speed." Young Master Yang shook his head, not bothered at all. He looked at Yi Chen again. "Brat, do you dare?" Chapter 303. After exchanging a punch with Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. The giant medicine man only managed to stop after being pushed over 20 meters away. Meanwhile, there was a long ravine between him and Yi Chen. The gully was more than 10 feet wide. The moment Yao Huayuan exclaimed, the smile on Yao Bingyue's face froze. She was in disbelief. Yang Feiyu and Wan Qian were already stunned on the spot. There was intense fear in Yao Huayuan's eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. "Young man, do you know the body tempering method too? Is this what you're relying on?" Yi Chen said with his hands behind his back. "Hee." Yao Huayuan smiled coldly. "You underestimate me too much, and you also underestimate the medicine man. That was just a warm-up. Now, I'll let you experience what true despair is." The bell in his hand rang again, and at the same time he suddenly shouted, "Medicine man, use the giant devil body refining technique." As his voice fell, the giant in the distance suddenly let out a roar. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A series of crisp sounds came from his body, and he actually began to swell. His arms, which were originally as thick as an adult's thigh, suddenly became as thick as a water bucket. The muscles and blue veins on them were like poisonous snakes baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Bang! The clothes on his body suddenly burst open and turned into shreds, and his original height of 5 meters had skyrocketed to more than 3 meters. From afar, he looked like a giant humanoid titan. His entire body was filled with a violent aura that wanted to destroy everything. "Junior, this is the Herbman's ultimate battle power. The reason why I am unwilling to use it is because I can only use it once. Once I use it, the price is that the Herbman's potential will be exhausted. But you forced me to do this." Yao Huayuan's gloomy voice rang out. "Medicine man, kill him!" Bang, bang, bang. The giant sprinted toward Yi Chen. Just like before, the ground would shake violently with every step he took, creating a huge hole under his feet. The next moment, the giant suddenly opened his arms and pounced at Yi Chen. Clearly, he wanted to hug Yi Chen and strangle him with brute force. Yang Feiyu could not help but swallow his saliva. Goodness gracious! If you were hugged by this blockhead, your bones would be crushed to pieces, and you might even be crushed into a meat patty. Stubborn fool! Yi Chen scoffed and grabbed a stone lion next to him. The stone lion that weighed 2 tons was caught in his hand. Roar! The stone lion seemed to have come to life, and its huge body immediately smashed towards the giant. The giant roared angrily and hurriedly retracted his hands before punching the stone lion. Boom! The stone lion suddenly exploded, and countless gravel scattered in all directions. Yao Huayuan and Wan Qian simultaneously condensed a profound qi barrier, which intercepted the gravel flying towards them. He looked again. The giant's huge body was like a ball that was kicked away. It flew backward for hundreds of meters and finally smashed into a stone wall, creating a human-shaped hole. Plop! He knelt heavily on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. His arms hung limply at his side, clearly broken. Yang Feiyu, Wan Qian, and the rest who were standing aside were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. That was a giant that weighed 700 to 800 kilograms, but he was like a half-grown baby facing Yi Chen now. This man must be a physique refinement master. Yao Huayuan's expression was uncertain. He could not think of anyone in China who had such a powerful body and strength. On top of that, he was a spell master as well. They say that the China #1, Mad Southern Yi, is extremely powerful. To me, I don't think the junior before me is any weaker than Mad Southern Yi. Damn it. I can't believe that my spiritual medicine mountain has offended such a person. Yao Huayuan thought to himself, but he did not hesitate at all. He pulled out a sharp blade from behind him. The blade was rusted all over, and there were runes and incantations made with cinnabar around it. It exuded a heavy, ancient, and desolate aura as soon as he pulled it out. Is that a magic tool? Wan Qian's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, Yao Bingyue revealed an excited expression. Junior, this is the ancient saber that's been passed down in the spiritual medicine mountain for generations. It's called the Master Destruction Saber. Every mountain master of the spiritual medicine mountain has used it to kill a master. I've never used it in my generation. Forget it. I'll use your blood to scare the people in the outside world. Yao Huayuan held the Master Destruction Saber before his chest and consolidated majestic, mysterious qi. Subsequently, he swung it at Yi Chen in the air. Slash! A sharp saber qi shot out of the saber. At that moment, an ear-piercing explosion came in the air as the saber qi tore it apart. The saber qi split the ground into two as it charged at Yi Chen, creating a long ravine. The Master Destruction Saber? Wan Qian exclaimed. Clearly he recognized it. During the few years that he was learning from the leader of Hong Kong's southern sect, Xiaobai, he had heard that the spiritual medicine mountain had a saber that had been passed down for generations. The saber rarely appeared, but a martial Dao master would be killed by it every time it appeared. Back then, he thought it was just a rumor. Never had he thought that it was real. Yao Bingyue smiled. Yi Chen, don't you have a powerful body? Take it with your body if you're so capable. Humph. Yi Chen scoffed and stretched his arm out. He really grabbed the sharp saber qi with his fingers, as if he was provoked by what Yao Bingyue said. Idiot. Yao Bingyue chuckled. This saber can kill a master, but you're grabbing it with your bare hands. You're asking for death. Kacha! In the next second, the sharp saber qi that could slice a car into half was stopped by Yi Chen's fingers directly. Yi Chen used a little force. He crushed the saber qi instantly, turning it into chaotic and sharp energy that charged at Yao Huayuan. Caught off guard, Yao Huayuan was hit by a couple of energy. His right arm was severed by the energy. Ah! He shrieked and knelt onto the ground. Blood splattered on Yao Bingyue's face. Dead silence filled the place. He had lost. Yao Huayuan had lost. Yao Huayuan had used everything he had. First, it was the Mountain Defense Formation, followed by the Martial Dao Master Puppet, and then the Master Destruction Saber. Such a technique was enough to kill any martial Dao master. However, Yi Chen had broken through it completely. He was too powerful. He was too terrifying. Yang Feiyu and Wan Qian were shaking inside. Is this the spiritual medicine mountains technique? That's all you got. How dare you go back on your word? Yi Chen scoffed and walked toward Yao Huayuan one step after another. The killing intent on his body grew with each step he took. Yao Huayuan had despair on his face. Yao Bingyue looked at Yi Chen, who was walking over with fear written all over her face. Her body could not stop shaking. She suddenly knelt hard onto the ground and kowtowed like she was pounding garlic. No, don't kill us. Yi Chen, Master Yi, I apologize to you. We'll agree to whatever you want. Chapter 304. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yao Bingyue kowtowed so hard that her forehead soon broke. There were blood stains all over the ground. It was a terrifying sight. Yi Chen's series of techniques had completely crushed her psychological defense. He had even crushed her pride and dignity. At that moment, she finally knew what kind of person she had offended for the spiritual medicine mountain. If she had the chance to regret, she definitely would not have scammed Yi Chen for the heart-repairing pill. Instead, she would have traded with him nicely. She would not have encouraged Morongyang to attack Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, it's our fault. Yao Huayuan, who had lost an arm, struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked even older now. It's my fault for not teaching Bingyue what she did. I, Yao Huayuan, am willing to give you an explanation. I just hope that you can spare Bingyue's life. Yi Chen chuckled softly. What explanation are you going to give me? I can agree to all of your conditions, Mr. Yi. You can take whatever you want from the entire spiritual medicine mountain. Yao Huayuan forced a smile. He knew very well what his decision meant. However, what was the use of that? They were in the wrong first, and they were no match for Yi Chen. They could only suffer in silence. Standing aside, Wan Qian watched everything with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the spiritual medicine mountain that everyone in China yearned for, that had been passed down for hundreds of years, would end up like this? It was all because they had offended a young man. If news of this got out, people would definitely be so shocked that they would be speechless. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Yao Huayuan looked at Yi Chen with a pleading expression. To him, he had given in a lot. He thought that Yi Chen's rage should be almost gone now. It's not enough. However, Yi Chen shook his head. Yao Huayuan's face turned pale as soon as he said that. He looked even older now. Blood was dripping from the corner of his lips. I wonder if it's enough if I kill myself before you today, Mr. Yi? He had a son when he was old, but his son had died young due to a serious illness. Yao Bingyue was his only granddaughter now. He was afraid that she would melt in his mouth and fall in his hands. Therefore, he had spoiled Yao Bingyue's lawless personality. Grandpa! Yao Bingyue screamed and said to Yi Chen immediately, Mr. Yi, it has nothing to do with my grandpa. It's all my fault. I am willing to give you an explanation. After saying this, a look of determination flashed across her face. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she stabbed it directly at the position of her heart. Bingyue, don't. Yao Huayuan's face changed, but it was already too late by the time he wanted to stop it. He couldn't help feeling despair. Ding! Yi Chen flicked his finger, and a spiritual power spiral shot at Yao Bingyue directly. The dagger in her hand flew out just when it was about to pierce her body. Mr. Yi, what exactly do you want to do? Yao Bingyue had a bitter expression on her face. Yi Chen took a step out and said, Although you guys deserve death for offending me, considering that you guys are the only descendants of the spiritual medicine mountain, you guys are still useful to me. Therefore, hearing this, Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue were overjoyed. However, he heard Yi Chen say, You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. He raised his hand and pointed at Yao Huayuan, who was beside him, and cast a cultivation spell. Soul-seizing, life-extinguishing finger. You clearly knew that your granddaughter was in the wrong first, yet you still shielded her and even tried to kill me. Therefore, I will take 3 years of your lifespan as punishment. His voice fell. Yao Huayuan's body emitted a green light. As soon as the light left his body, Yao Huayuan's body rapidly aged. His face suddenly became extremely pale and his hair turned white. His old face now looked like the bark of a tree. Plop! He felt as if his body had been sucked dry. He no longer had the strength to stand and fell heavily to the ground. He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He could not help but be shocked because Yi Chen's finger had directly taken away his life force, essence, and spirit. He only had less than 5 years of lifespan. Now that Yi Chen had taken away 3 years, he had less than 2 years left. However, Yi Chen ignored him. Instead, he looked at Yao Bingyue. You were greedy when you saw the benefits. That's unjust. Then you broke the promise. That's not sincere. I'll take 50 years of your lifespan today. Yi Chen pointed again when the last one landed. The next moment, Yao Bingyue's originally black and beautiful hair suddenly turned white. Her originally delicate skin quickly wrinkled, and her tall and exquisite body began to shrink. Her body slightly bent, and she turned into a hunchbacked old woman. No, no. Yao Bingyue was terrified. Her voice was extremely sharp and hoarse like an old woman's. To every woman, the most precious thing was their youth, beauty, and body. Now, Yi Chen had taken away all of her pride. It was more painful than killing her. However, no matter how she screamed, she could not change the truth. Yang Feiyu and Wan Qian had goosebumps watching that. Wan Qian, in particular, was the successor of the southern sect of Hong Kong. He claimed to be knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a strange scene. What technique was that? It could take away a person's lifespan by force. It was even more powerful than the legendary Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Brush. Wan Qian's respect for Yi Chen rose to the peak as he thought to this point. It's a godly technique. It's definitely a godly technique. Yang Feiyu retreated a few steps back, not daring to get close to Yi Chen at all. He was afraid that Yi Chen would point at him all of a sudden. I'm still so handsome, and there are so many chicks waiting for me. I can't be like them. Yao Huayuan sat on the ground, panting heavily. He looked at Yi Chen extremely weakly and said while slurring, And mister, Yi, please kill me. I'm begging you. I am so tired. He felt even worse than before. It was as if even moving was tiring. Most importantly, all the organs in his body had failed. Sooner or later, there would be all sorts of complications. By then he would be in excruciating pain. It was something that every old man feared to face. At that moment, Su Yuhan walked over while carrying the little girl. She said with pity on her pretty face, Yi Chen, have we been too cruel? Yi Chen shook his head lightly and looked at Yao Huayuan and his granddaughter in a condescending manner. He said expressionlessly, You guys must know that I can make you guys live and I can make you guys die. I can make you guys old. And I can make you guys younger. The reason why I'm not killing you guys is that you guys are still useful to me. As long as you guys perform well from now on and be loyal to me, I can consider returning you guys your youth. Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue's despairing faces lit up with a glimmer of hope. No one was not afraid of death. No one would not care about their appearance. Even they were no exception. Yi Chen said calmly when he met their gazes, To tell you the truth, not only can I refine the heart-repairing pill that can increase one's lifespan, but I can also refine the youth restoration pill and the youth restoration pill. Hearing this, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. A moment later, Yao Huayuan stood up shakily with Yao Bingyue's support. He bowed at Yi Chen and stammered, From now on, the Spiritual Medicine Mountain will respect you, sir. Chapter 305. From now on, I, Yao Bingyue, swear to be loyal to Mr. Yi. If I go against him, I'll be abandoned by both man and God. Yao Bingyue followed Yao Huayuan's actions and expressed her loyalty to Yi Qin. However, she was secretly bitter. She knew that the spiritual medicine mountain that her Yao family had passed down for hundreds of years now belonged to Yi Qin. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel heartache. But what could he do? Both of them had their lifespans taken away by Yi Qin. If they did not accept him, they definitely would not live for more than a few years. When they were dead, the spiritual medicine mountain would still belong to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded and lifted his eyes to look at Yang Feiyu and Wan Qian next to him. Meeting his gaze, Yang Feiyu subconsciously said, "Brother Yi, oh no, Mr. Yi, we still have something to do, so we won't stay any longer." With that, he grabbed Wan Qian's hand and was about to leave. Now, he dared not call Yi Qin brother anymore. Wan Qian clasped his fists at Yi Qin. "Wait." Yi Qin suddenly stopped them. Yang Feiyu turned around and looked at him anxiously. He stammered, "Brother Yi, don't point at me. I didn't offend you." He was afraid that Yi Qin would suddenly point at him. Even Wan Qian's face turned pale. He thought Yi Qin was going to blame him for underestimating him earlier. Yi Qin was in between tears and laughter when he saw the duo keeping quiet. "Brother Yang, didn't you come to the spiritual medicine mountain to get medicine for your father? What, now you don't want it anymore?" Yang Feiyu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, with a situation like this, do I still dare to speak? However, he realized what Yi Qin was trying to say. He was elated. "What do you mean, Mr. Yi?" Yi Qin flicked his finger and a red medicinal pill shot at him. He said calmly, "This is a body refinement pill. It's enough to save your father. Take it." Yang Feiyu subconsciously grabbed the body-tempering pill in his hand and examined it closely. He saw that the pill in his hand had a red glow to it, and it was also emitting a strange medicinal fragrance. Just smelling it made him feel 100 times more spirited. He could not help but be ecstatic. "Mr. Yi, can this really cure my father's uremia?" "Of course." Yi Qin smiled calmly. Treating uremia aside, he could even treat cancer without a problem. At the same time, Wan Qian also felt the uniqueness of the body-tempering pill and couldn't help but exclaim, This is a top-grade medicinal pill." "What's a supreme-grade medicinal pill?" Yi Qin was surprised. The body-tempering pill was just an elixir that he had casually refined. The medicinal ingredients used were not very precious. In the cultivation world, it was not worth much. Yao Huayuan, who was at the side, coughed violently a few times and said slowly, "Mr. Yi, we divided the medicinal pills into a few grades. They are low-grade medicinal pills, middle-grade medicinal pills, high-grade medicinal pills, and supreme-grade medicinal pills. The quality of the medicinal pills can be distinguished by their color." At this point, he paused for a moment. "The body-tempering pill that Mr. Yi took out is a supreme-grade pill. Even I can't refine it. Not bad." Wan Qian nodded and looked at Yang Feiyu enviously. This body-refining pill was not only useful for ordinary people, but it was also very useful for him. "Oh," Yi Qin responded calmly. "In the cultivation world, medicinal pills were categorized from grade 1 to grade 9. Those above grade 9 were immortal pills. The so-called supreme-grade medicinal pills that Yao Huayuan and the rest mentioned were grade 2 at most in the cultivation world. Mr. Yi, I wonder what price you'll have to pay for your generosity." Yang Feiyu asked. As a member of the Yang family of Hong Kong, naturally he knew that there was no free lunch in this world. "There's no need for that. I just like how you look." Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Along the way, he admired Yang Feiyu's character. Although he was a little arrogant as a disciple of a wealthy family, he was not arrogant or domineering. "Thank you. I'll bring my dad here to thank you personally when he recovers." Yang Feiyu bowed to Yi Qin in all seriousness and left with Wan Qian. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at Yao Huayuan. Let's go. Bring us to your spiritual medicine mountain. Yao Huayuan nodded, feeling bitter inside. Yi Chen brought Suyuhan and Meng Meng with him and followed immediately. There were mountains and rivers everywhere they passed. The spiritual energy did not dissipate. Even an ordinary person like Suyuhan could sense the uniqueness of this place. Countless people from the spiritual medicine mountain who were standing by the side of the road stepped aside and made way for Yi Chen. They had complicated expressions on their faces. From now on, the spiritual medicine mountain would no longer belong to the Yao family, but to the Yi family. Over 10 minutes later, Yao Huayuan brought Yi Chen to a spacious place. There were trapezoidal, spiritual fields as far as the eye could see. There were dense medicinal herbs planted in the spiritual fields. Jade reishi mushroom, 50 years old, one of the ingredients used to refine the foundation-building pill. Its roots can also be boiled into soup and consumed to replenish spiritual energy. Fire pomegranate fruit, 30 years old. Ordinary people can see better after eating it. It's very effective in treating myopia and presbyopia. Silverhorn tree, 500 years old. Its branches resemble silver horns and can be used to refine flying swords and other would attribute magic tools. Tiger bone flower. Yi Chen scanned with his divine consciousness and identified all of the medicinal herbs before him. Most of them were ordinary medicinal herbs in the mortal world, such as tianqi. However, there were some medicinal herbs that he could use. There were even tiger bone flowers and stargrass. He now had the medicinal herbs to refine medicinal pills for his daughter and the youth-retaining pill. He nodded to himself. He did not come for nothing. At that moment, he suddenly stopped walking and looked at a spiritual field 100 meters away. Subsequently, he walked to a plant that looked like wheat and exclaimed, "It's a spiritual grain." "Mr. Yi, what's a spiritual grain?" Yao Huayuan asked while panting as he was being held. He felt exhausted just by taking 2 steps. Yi Chen glanced at him. "Since you don't know what it's used for, why did you plant it here?" "We didn't plant it. It grew on its own. We thought it was a weed in the beginning, so we were going to uproot it." Yao Bingwe said while shaking her head. "Uproot it?" Hearing this, Yi Chen had the urge to slap them to death. He shook his head and said, "This is good stuff. The so-called spiritual grain is a plant that's different from ordinary rice. When its seeds are cooked into rice, they contain spiritual energy. Ordinary people can get rid of all diseases and strengthen their physique after eating it. Cultivators can improve their cultivation base after eating it. In the cultivation world, not all cultivators did eat. Some cultivators with low cultivation levels who didn't abstain from eating still needed to eat. And what he was eating was spiritual grains. This kind of thing was usually cultivated by the sect in the spirit fields, and it was taken care of by the low-level disciples. Yao Huayuan and Yao Bingyue were dumbstruck when they heard what Yi Chen said. Subsequently, they looked relieved. Food is the heaven of the people. Even the head of state was no exception. If they were to cultivate spiritual grains on a large scale and sell them to the public, it would cause an earthquake and would instantly overshadow Yuan Longping's hybrid rice. When we get back, get people to move all the herbs around the spirit grains and specially clear out a few spirit fields to plant spirit grains. Yi Chen instructed and said, "Bring me to the so-called treasures of the spiritual medicine mountain now."